Halloween
forever.
Guys, happy Sunday morning. A blessed Sunday be. You guys having a good weekend so far?
Yeah. I spent all day yesterday at Allegheny City for their tiny little beer fest.
Oh, fun.
And that was a lot of fun. Yeah.
I actually judged or I entered a star naming competition. Yeah. Do you ever hear one of those? They're hot in the streets nowadays.
Wow. Every good star needs a name.
Yeah, I got third place. It was, okay showing, but I did get a constellation prize. Welcome, boys and girls, to a very special Showdown episode of Halloween is Forever. I'm Brian.
Showdown.
Who are you guys? I'm Brian.
I'm Meg. Question mark?
Yeah.
I'm Ben.
It's Bigfoot Ben, everybody.
Yeah,
It's Bigfoot Ben, guys. As promised. We promised some Bigfoot Ben, and we motherfucking delivered on this beautiful Sunday morning, you guys.
If you guys had a soundboard or this was a video portion, I'd like a Michael Scott coming in. It's Brittany, bitch. I'm back. That's what I feel like this is for me.
Returning guest. Wait, is Ben the first ever returning guest?
I don't know, probably.
Let's say that. I like that.
Steve's complete lack of enthusiasm with that concept.
Who gives a shit?
We're so terrible with guests.
Oh, yeah.
That, we should do better and we should have more guests and we should go on more other podcasts.
We get consistent requests for people to guest on the podcast. We get people who reach out and say, I would like to be on your podcast. Would you like to be on our podcast? And we're like, that's absolutely unmanageable, and I'm sorry. That's pretty much what our response is. We are always running like fucking maniacs, and it's always also trying to find the exact amount of time we need to record with everyone's work schedules and stuff. But guys, we made it happen. We have our first, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong out there, boys and ghouls, but I believe Ben is our first returning guest. We made it happen.
It is my honor to have that position. Thank you very much.
He's here. Last time you were on, Ben, we should, for those of you who weren't on the last episode, Meg is, I think, drinking blood in Europe. I assume that's what she's doing, draining people of blood across the continent. So she is not here. Wish she wasn't on the last episode, and Steve and I went solo. But this is our first Showdown episode. We've had episodes where we were, down to two of the trifecta here. But this is our first Showdown episode where we have a guest on replacing one of the normal co-hosts. So Ben is going to be stepping into Meg's shoes, and we'll talk about what that means in a motherfucking second. But before we do that, first of all, let's tell you what this little showdown situation is all about. Essentially, we all pick a movie that is decided by, the topic is decided by our listeners out there in listener land. We got this big old spinny wheel, and on the first Monday of every month, we pick a topic, 3 topics actually from that spinny wheel, put them on the social medias, and our social media friends and listeners select one of those topics. Then we pick movies associated with them. We argue about them. Somebody takes home that motherfucking strap, that championship belt, which I'm looking at right now. And this is the first time, a fourth person has the opportunity to win that belt. Although Meg really set up put up some roadblocks for you, didn't she? She really
hold on.
did.
Can we back up for a sec? So if I do win this showdown, the belt is actually mine and not Meg's?
That's for you
Good
and
question.
Meg to figure out. Yeah.
Okay,
That's
fine.
for you and Meg to figure out.
Okay.
I would say that maybe you and Meg should fight in some capacity
I
based on
would
that.
gladly fight Meg. Absolutely.
I think you guys would. I think that would be a barn burner, a slobber knocker, if you will.
There wouldn't be, everything would be broken in that room.
There would be no teeth left in either of your mouths.
I think
No
it goes
hair
to
on our
like
heads.
a title unification match,
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
you know?
Yeah,
And then like maybe, we get to be the outside judges, but then they, one of them has to do Jeepers Creepers 2 and the other has to do Jeepers Creepers 3 or whatever.
Or Reborn or whatever. Yeah, and then it's it's hardcore rules. It's falls count anywhere. You know, you're fighting back in there, breaking plates. You know, the whole 9 yards. And
it could only be decided by Jeepers Creepers movies, though.
This has been a bit of a struggle for me because I'm going to do my best today. I'm going to fight as hard as I can. But if you guys recall, back when you did, I think it was maybe a Jason movie Showdown.
Yeah.
And I suggested that Meg do Jason versus, was it Freddy versus Jason?
Freddy versus Jason, yep.
Yeah. And she freaking rolled over on that movie. So she didn't even try. She didn't even start. She just rolled over on it so hard. And at that time, I was really offended and really upset.
Fired up. Yeah.
Oh, God. So I'm going to try and put all those feelings of hostility aside and really give this movie the justification it deserves. So,
Steve Bryan, we should have told him that he doesn't win the belt because then he just would have given up today.
Oh, yeah. He would have just rolled over just as a payback.
You know what?
Meg.
Fuck this piece of shit movie.
This piece of shit garbage.
And then just pull my mic and leave.
Meg has, like I said, she has set you up with some roadblocks. We'll see if we can overcome them here. But before we get into those freaking movies, you guys, one more reminder: if you want to help us suggest topics that potentially will become Showdown episodes, or even if you have some topics that suggest for mini-sodes, go ahead and throw those into the DMs for us on any of the social medias. We're at Halloween is Forever, or some variation on that, on the Instagrams and the TikToks and the Facebooks and the Twitters and all that sort of stuff. So honestly, Instagram and Twitter, really. Yeah, let's be honest. Those are the ones that we're managing. Meg's in charge. Meg's in charge of TikTok. As we have established, she is an absentee friend. She's out gallivanting, drinking blood. She's not holding up her end of the bargain. So
that one video I put up on TikTok, of the go fuck yourself old man from the Christian Nightmares, like that one I made, it both got us 500 new followers, and it got almost 25,000 views or some shit like that. And then TikTok removed it. So our best video is gone off TikTok.
TikTok removed it. No shit.
Yeah.
Why? Because of cussing? What is?
I don't know. Some community violation, but they don't tell you what the violation is. They're just like,
TikTok
don't do that. And like, don't do what?
Yeah. Fuck TikTok forever.
Yeah. Don't find us there.
If you're following us now, unfollow us. Now TikTok sucks ass.
TikTok is for babies, and it's just not a good platform for horror and edgelords. So
not
like ourselves,
mature, established edgelords such as ourselves.
That's right. We're too old for it.
We're too real for it. Is what we are.
That's right. We grew up on Real World season 8.
Yeah, we're too real for TikTok. Excuse me, TikTok. I'm too real for you. Real, but like Instagram real. See. Anyway, guys, what beers do we have? It's Sunday morning. It's 9:00. Cool. I got a beer.
Yeah,
I don't give
why
a
not?
shit.
Nope.
I don't give a shit. Like I said, too real for TikTok. We're out here drinking beers. What do you got?
I'll
Ben,
go first.
Tell us what you got. I saw you sipping on something.
I try to find any breakfast themed drink in my beer fridge. So first one I'm going to start with is French Toast Revolution from Grist House.
Ooh,
it's
that's a good choice.
Breakfast sour. It's got a lot of maple. It's got a nice breadiness to it. I mean, it's French toast with like a berry compote on top. That's what I get right now. And then my second one, well, Steve will talk about my second one because I gave him my other can of this. So go ahead, Steve. Tell us what you're drinking.
Yeah, so Ben was very kind, and as I gave him a microphone, he gave me a can of beer, and it was Abjuration's latest collab with Black Forge Coffee. It's called the Weed Eater, and it is
that's sick art.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, definitely sick art. Definitely will remind people of the Brutal Beer Fest. But it is a espresso, green mint, white chocolate milkshake ale.
You say mint?
Yes.
Oh, hot shit.
Yeah. So, Brett and I were talking about it before we started the episode, and it's like Abjuration does a green mint ice cream beer, and it seems like they did that beer, but then put a bunch of Black Forge coffee in this as well.
Nice.
And you would be from the things we've discussed about beers you want to make, Brian. This is green as slime.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
You would love it.
I forgot the color. I'm glad you reminded me.
Hell yeah. I love that. And also, I mean, my mind immediately, because I thought it sounds like a Shamrock Shaky type situation, right? But this one with coffee is, and I was trying to fish it out from the deep, dark recesses of my mind. But what was, Grimace had the Irish cousin that was in the
Shamrock Grimacy or something.
Shamrock. Yeah, it was something like really pretty offensive. Back in the 70s. Grimace, who some believe to be a chicken nugget. He's not a nugget, guys. Come on. He's not a nugget. Don't be an asshole. Don't come to me talking like a fucking asshole on a Sunday morning. He is not a McNugget. In any case, Grimace has a leprechaunish cartoon-like Irish cousin called, I believe you're right, Steve, I think it's Shamrock O'Grimacy.
No, you know what? It's Uncle O'Grimacy.
Uncle O'Grimacy.
I was I added the Shamrock because Shamrock Shake, but also because if you go back and remember our punishment episode, there was that actor from Goodbye whose name was Shamrock McShane.
Yeah. And we were making up a lot of offensive Irish names that he could have been.
Indeed.
Yeah. No, you're right. It is Uncle O'Grimacy. So it is his uncle. So you're meant to believe that Grimace, the giant anthropomorphic purple turd, has Irish heritage. Has
an Irish uncle, at least.
The genealogy of Grimace. Who knew?
Yeah. Wow. This is all going to be like the intro and special features on my DVD of the Grimace sex tape called Purple Stains that I've been working on for a while.
So this beer is also unlocking kind of like a core memory of when I was a terrible, terrible binge drinker. On St. Patrick's Day, I used to go to McDonald's and get a large Shamrock Shake, a medium coffee, mix the two together, and then just fill the rest of find like a 22-ounce bottle or some shit, and then fill the rest of the way up with Jameson's.
Oh my God.
And just have fucking like green mint go juice.
No,
full of coffee.
No. We are starting to just I appreciate, and I don't know if this is a symptom of Meg not being on the last couple episodes, but we're really starting to uncover Steve's degen past in a very real way, and I appreciate every moment of it. Yeah,
hell yeah,
love this little story time we get.
Look, it's a good drinking recipe.
Sitting in the drive-through already with the cap off the Jameson, like that's what I'm imagining.
Because it was to get super local. I was living in Castle Shannon, and it was just like right along the strip. If people know where the Castle Shannon strip is, where Bruise Brothers is at McDonald's, I'd sit in that parking lot, mix my drink, then I'd take the T downtown.
Yeah.
What a day.
And you know what? If Uncle O'Grimacy has a name for his abode that he lives in, it's probably Castle Shannon. Maybe Castle O'Shannon, but yeah. Oh, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. I am going with Big Boy beer, not you guys and your little saucy gloop glops. I'm going. I was actually fortunate enough to go down to beautiful Dewey Beach, Delaware this week, and did a collaboration brew with some friends at Dewey Beer Company. And they hooked me up with a whole fuckload of beer, one of which I love this art on here. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but the beer is called Fantasy Park After Dark.
Oh, nice.
And it's got this like abandoned amusement park kind of label
abandoned
on
dead
it.
Clown.
Yeah. And it is a motherfucking 10% Doppelbock.
Jesus.
Which is what I'm getting down with as I give thanks to the Lorb on this Sunday morning. I'm ripping through a 10% Doppelbock. I'm probably
How many times was it decocted?
Oh, this is, several. Actually, I don't know if they did, which brew house they did this in, because if it was at the smaller one, it was probably 0 times. But I think maybe they have the capabilities to that they're bigger brew house. I don't know. I'm not sure. But we're brewing some fun stuff there. We're going to brew a Helles. We're going to brew a fest beer. We're kind of doing a couple little takes on a kind of collab project that we're jokingly referring to as Helles Fest, which is like the equivalent of, Happy Honda Days or like Toyotathon, but we're calling it Helles Fest. And the joke is we just want to brew like a fest beer. in the summer, and then we have to come up with a fake commercial holiday to get people to buy it. That's
nice.
Kind of the joke. So we're like, it's like a used car dealership kind of, come on down to Hellas Fest. No credit, bad credit, no problem. Come on down. That's kind of the themes. That's the vibe of the beer. So
let us put you in one today.
No money, down, zero at signing. All right. Yeah, we were just getting real drunk and throwing out a lot of like car dealership catchphrases.
That's funny.
I actually bought a car this week too, so it's like really fresh in my mind. I'm just living that car life. Yeah, I'm living that car. I bought a used car this very week. All right. Anyway, here's what we're about to get into today on this here Showdown episode. I'll remind y'all the topic. It is in the title of the thing you clicked on. So, fuck you, I guess. But it is Before They Were Stars. We are going to talk about 3 movies that showcase, big time celebrity talent, on-screen talent. Maybe they're not A-list celebrities. We're not all Brad Pitts and George Clooney's and Meryl Streep's over here, but
or
these
Justin
are very
Longs.
We're not all Justin Longs over here.
Can't be.
But some of them actually. Weirdly enough, Justin Long, we actually are kind of A-list, except for maybe Justin Long.
Yeah, he's close.
He's close. He's a big time star. He's a big star. I love me some Justin Long.
Have you seen Tusk? I mean, who else could do Tusk?
Yeah.
I have seen Tusk. I've also seen all the Alvin and the Chipmunk movies. All right, so we're going to talk about Before They Were Stars, guys. And the movies that were selected, this requires a little bit of explanation here. So first of all, Steve picked a little flicky from the year 2008 called Midnight Meat Train, starring one Bradley Cooper, who's obviously a big boy, big time star, just a damn hunk, just a fucking hunk out there in Hollywood right now. I picked Halloween, the 6th installment of the Halloween franchise, Halloween: The Curse of Michael Myers from 1995, which prominently features Ant-Man himself. What the fuck is his name right now? It's escaping me. I want to say Adam Scott. I always want to say Adam Scott. It's Paul Rudd. And then Ben. Now, here's how this went down. Meg decided to pick the movie. I believe we did give Ben the option to veto and do his own thing, he said, "You know what? No, we're gonna. He's gonna play the hand that was dealt to him," which I respect. But maybe a difficult proposition. I don't know. We'll see. 2001's Jeepers Creepers, starring one Mr. Justin Long. So we have 3 dang old hunks, 3 big old Hollywood hunks before they were big time Hollywood hunks, and we're gonna be talking about movies that feature them today. So that's the score here. Now, Steve, as the defending champ.
You're goddamn right.
As the current holder of that motherfucking shoulder candy, he gets to choose the order in which we discuss these movies. Have you given it some thought, Steve?
Yeah. So I'm not so mean as a champ.
Yeah.
To force, Ben to jump right into the fire and go first.
Thank you.
So he'll go second.
Okay, good.
Brian, you'll go first.
Okay.
And I'll close it out.
Okay. All right. We can do that. I can get on board with that. So to remind everyone how this is going to work is, we'll each talk about the movies. We'll throw some barbs. We'll jab at each other a little bit. We'll discuss the movies. And then ultimately, at the end, we will vote. Usually we all vote for our own movies. Sometimes, not every single time, but usually we all vote for our own movies. And then basically your second place vote is what really counts. And that's what ultimately results in determining who is going to take home that sumbitchin' strap. So, without further ado, let's jump into 1995's Halloween: The Curse of Michael Myers. So I will preface this by saying, and I think I even mentioned in the last episode, this is one of those movies that was really, as pretty much every movie within the Halloween franchise. For those of you who are avid listeners to the show, you know your boy's a big Halloween fan. They all get shit on initially. Then people start to like them. Then they fall into obscurity for a while. And then eventually people get a huge boner for them again. I mean, the most common version, you know, the most, I guess, prominent one in the franchise that has experienced this, the ebbs and flows of this cycle is, of course, Halloween 3. You know, that was the one that, like, when it came out, no Michael in it. It was, you know, the first movie that was kind of John Carpenter doing what he originally said the franchise was going to be, or if he wanted to be a franchise, it was going to be like an anthology series that were very loosely tied together, but all around the holiday of Halloween. That's what the first one was. Then it was such an enormous success that he and Deborah Hill got talked into doing the second movie, Halloween 2, and then Season of the Witch number 3 was, okay, we have definitively killed off Michael. That is what he thought at the time. He thought, we are going to literally leave him sitting there, watch his body burn while basically the credits roll. And there's no way anybody can undo that, right? Wrong. Wrong, Mr. Carpenter. We are now on freaking 78 movies deep into this fucking franchise, and he keeps coming back, or we just retcon it. So this was the third movie in what the fans sometimes affectionately refer to as the Thorn trilogy. So if you're not familiar with part 4, really the end of part 4, part 5, so the Return, the Revenge, and the Curse is part 6. That is when you really start to get into an entirely separate timeline, even a separate genealogy in a lot of ways. And it ends up being its own kind of standalone timeline within the already very jumbled, very confusing series of timelines that are in the Halloween franchise. Suffice to say, we'll get into it a little bit more, but suffice to say, it's all about explaining Michael's origin story, which some people think is lame, some people think is okay, or like me, you just kind of, all right, fine. But the whole idea is, you know, in the first movie and even the second movie, well, really in the first movie, Michael's just an unpredictable killing machine. You know, there's no rhyme or reason to what he does. He's bad. He's bad to the bone, guys. He's evil. He's Michael Myers. Then they introduced the whole genealogy thing in number 2. And then once we get into 4, they deepen the whole genealogy thing and slowly start to introduce over the course of 3 movies. And it fully comes to fruition, the idea that there is some sort of ancient Celtic curse / ritual that ultimately results in Michael needing to kill people to, I don't know, save more people from dying. I don't know, based on some like ancient druid tradition. So this is the culmination of that 3 movie, you know, chunk of the franchise. So I will, I'll read the IMDb synopsis here because it's pretty brief. 6 years after Michael Myers last terrorized Haddonfield, he returns there in pursuit of his niece, Jamie Lloyd, who has escaped with her newborn child, for which Michael and a mysterious cult have sinister plans. Guys, that's the first 10 minutes. Yep. That's all that explains, pretty much.
I'm surprised the IMDb synopsis for this isn't... This movie's a messy bitch.
So this is the messiest, sassiest bitch of the franchise. I love that about it. I really so this movie,
I had no fucking idea what was going on in the beginning of this.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And that's okay. That is to be expected if you have not seen the end of 4 and 5. This really stands alone. And this is blind spot. Like, this is the blind spot for people who are even just casual fans of the franchise, because these are the movies that a lot of people, like probably the Accods and other people, you know, associated with the franchise or just diehard fans of the franchise for a period of time, just like to pretend didn't happen. But now Curse of Michael Myers, and I don't know how much it has to do with our hunk friend Paul Rudd, but it's experiencing quite a resurgence in popularity and probably nostalgia as well, where like now all of a sudden you're seeing like $200 and $300, specialty releases of action figures and merch and stuff specifically around Halloween 6, The Curse of Michael Myers. And this movie is like, all of a sudden, I have heard people in recent years, because like I said, we've talked a lot about this franchise with the Joseph, not Joseph Gordon-Green. Yeah, Joseph Gordon-Green.
Yeah, that's it.
Joseph Gordon. I always want to say Joseph Gordon-Levitt. And then when I say Joseph, I sounds like I'm doing something wrong. Joseph Gordon-Green trilogy. We've talked about this franchise a ton over the last couple of years. And it is... this is kind of what I think his franchise is going to ultimately see later. People were pissed off about kills. A lot of people hated ends. But now all of a sudden, even a year later, less than a year later, people are starting to go like, no, Halloween Ends is pretty good. So like people change their minds about this franchise like crazy. H2O is the same way. But
also, it's David Gordon-Green.
Yeah, David Gordon-Green. I was going to say, when I say Joseph Gordon-Green, I'm Joseph Gordon-Levitt. David Gordon-Green. Yeah. The Hallow Green trilogy, if you will. Mm-hmm. So let's just a little background on this movie.
Yeah. So I wanted to kind of explain like why I like it, and then also just touch on something I was reading about that made me like it. Well, not made me like it less, but made me not understand why people like that. So I like this Cult of Thorn idea. Mm-hmm. It's not executed great, but no. I like the idea of it because it almost feels like it's calling back to that Carpenter idea of being an anthology. Mm-hmm. And like, if I had a time machine and you could go back in time and like make this a proper HCU, mm-hmm. Halloween Cinematic Universe.
I got it. Thank you.
Yeah. I just wanted to spell it out for you, but
I appreciate you.
Yeah. Like, Connell Cochran from Halloween 3 would be in the same, like, Sam Hain cult.
Yeah.
As the cult you see in this.
The biggest miss was not having him pull one of the fucking robes off.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, like, it would make a lot of sense if they were all part of, like, this weird Sam Hain cult. And I like to think that Michael Myers isn't actually, like, I hate the origin story part of it.
Yeah.
I like to imagine it's more that it's a cult that worships him, but they shouldn't be worshiping him. He's just a false god. Like he is just an evil, crazy person, but like not on a mystical level. They're just dumb white people worshiping something they shouldn't,
Right. Sure.
That's the way I like to think of it. But then I read, and this is what got like more. Typical. Yeah. This is what got more attention, is that there's apparently another cut of this film.
Mm-hmm. Much longer.
Yeah, that's much longer and has an even crazier ending.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, that would be terrible. No wonder, like, this movie ends the way it ends, but like, no wonder like everybody hated that, because that is just straight up magic bullshit. bonkers. Yes. And this movie was, like Steve said, this is a messy bitch. It was rewritten. There was a lot of reshoots. The first movie made a freaking bajillion dollars, right? The second movie made a lot of money. The third movie drop off, right? Then they waited a while. They resurrected. The fourth movie, I believe, made a ton of money again. And then the fifth, big drop off. So that it was really a stretch for them to make the sixth. And then the sixth, I think, did okay. Like, it didn't lose money or anything, but like they are seeing a lot of diminishing returns on the franchise around this time. So they were very conscious of, we don't want another Halloween 3 on our hands, that type of thing. So I think they did some early screenings with, focus groups or whatever. And it really didn't go well. So they ended up tweaking a lot of shit, which we'll talk a little bit about here. But yeah, this is a fucking messy production. I did look up just now, with our Seamus O'Connor O'Grimacy, stories, and Steve Chug and Jameson with Shamrock Shakes. I was looking up the guy who played Colonel Cochran in Halloween 3, and I was like, how could they not bring him back for this?
And maybe he had died at that point, but no, he didn't pass away till 2005.
Yeah.
He was born in 1919. No, holy shit, that guy was old. Dan O'Harely.
Okay.
Man, he just would have fit right into the whole mix there.
Instead
of the pretend doctor. I wonder if that was something that they were trying to get, because it felt like it was written for that to be the case, and then it never came to fruition.
So you're talking about Dr. Wynn in this.
Yeah.
The original actor they tried to cast for that as the evil, he's essentially an evil Loomis. The original actor they tried to get for that was Christopher Lee.
Mm-hmm.
And that was supposed to be like a mirror of, because Christopher Lee was also originally supposed to play Loomis.
Yes, way back in the day, and they couldn't. I think he declined it, and then that's when Donald Pleasance took it or something like that. I think Christopher Lee was the first choice for 78 Loomis.
And then because you already mentioned it, like because they were stretching budget on this, like they couldn't pay Christopher Lee what he wanted, so he bowed out. Even though he says later that he regretted it. And then the other obvious thing, which leads to why Ben was confused in the beginning, was Jamie Lloyd was recast as well. And they didn't bring back Daniel Harris, who was like of a proper age at that time to play the character that they're looking for.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't pay her either.
Yeah, this franchise has really done Danielle Harris dirty. Many times over. Although she did come back, Rob Zombie brought her back, but otherwise the franchise has definitely done her dirty, because her performance in 4, although for me difficult to watch because she's so good, and you're like I can't. That's my one like kind of thing that I struggle with in horror movies, like the violence and gore and all that stuff, but like real genuine fear of children is like a very as a dad or whatever, I don't know, but I'm just like, it becomes hard to take. And she plays it so well in 4, and she's constantly screaming and crying, and it's a fantastic performance that becomes burdensome on my psyche, I would say, throughout the course of 4 and even 5. And then also 5 is when Loomis is at his most insane. Yeah. Like Loomis in 5 is unfucking hinged, and he's constantly just screaming in Jamie's face and shaking her, and it becomes difficult to watch.
That's is that the same one where he's drinking in the truck with the guy? Is that the same?
I believe that's 5. Yeah.
Yeah. He's full on bonkers.
He is unfucking hinged in this one. Whereas in this one, he's kind of he's very much aged in this one, both on screen and in real life. And actually, Donald Pleasance, this was his last role. He passed away not long after filming wrapped, but I believe before the reshoots. So before it was released, but. Any case, let's jump into this story a little bit. There's a lot to discuss. I'll try to go through it relatively quick, but there's a lot to unpack here. You start out in the movie by just a lot of screaming and pushing of a hospital gurney, just screaming, just shrieking, chaos happening, and you just get kind of slam dunked right into this fucking Cult of Thorn shit right off the bat. So you get this nice dose of exposition, courtesy of our man of the hour, one Mr. Paul Rudd, Ant-Man himself. And he explains that it's been 6 years since Halloween, the events of Halloween 5. The man in black had abducted Michael and Jamie. Jamie has a baby within the cult's kind of grips. And then this, like, I guess... what do they call them? Like the nurse that helps with delivery, like a midwife, kind of thing. She helps them escape by which, right after that, Michael dispatches her pretty quickly. And this whole scene in the kind of cult HQ, if you will, where they're doing all these things, Michael is just kind of lumbering around like he's like the monster in the pit, that's just hanging out in the headquarters that they occasionally just shove somebody in the pit and they get killed kind of thing. But it's just Michael walking around with that same damn mechanic's outfit on that he stole from that one guy. It's just like it's such a strange to see him in that environment. But even after this many times to see in this movie, like it's like he's a caged animal, but he's still wearing the mask and he's still wearing the outfit. At this point, you would think they would have done some sort, like if this was some sort of ancient ritual that goes back thousands and thousands of years, and it's they don't worship him, but his process that he has to undergo, which we'll talk about here in a second, to like kill like this bloodline and all this stuff, you would think that they would hold that in some sort of like high esteem, where maybe they would have him in some sort of like ritualistic gown or something like they wear, some sort of druid cult antiquities or something. But no, he's still just wearing that fucking mask from the store, and it's so weird.
I'm doing a big jump ahead with this, but like, you would think they would change him out of that, because what you learn later is that they're breeding Michael like an animal. So like you would think they would strip him down in some way, but no, what they're essentially saying is they're out there milking him in his jumper suit. And then like they milk him and then they put his jumper suit back on for him.
They're like, Michael, we washed your suit. It's over there. You go put it back on when you're done jacking off into this turkey baster or whatever you're doing. Or maybe maybe he's boning. I don't know. I just don't see Michael Myers boning.
I don't see him boning either. I see him more as like they had him strapped to a table and like hooked him up.
One of those tables with the hole in it, kind of like a massage table with the hole in it, like you see in porn movies or something. And
exactly. It's like weird fetish. Yeah. It's weird fetish stuff, but like they had him hooked up to machinery.
Yeah.
And just, like they sucked him off with a machine and then impregnated Jamie Lloyd and other women to get the weird little evil babies out.
Yeah. That's what I'm expecting. That's what I'd like. That in my brain, that's what I would like to be the reality. But pretty quick early on, you get within 45 seconds to 90 seconds of the movie, Michael twists a guy's head around. So like, needless to say, this motherfucker hits the ground running. I
do like that they're running through a Batman set in this.
It's wet.
It's wet. There's steam coming out of random pipes. It's dark.
Humidity is high.
Yeah.
You're expecting the penguin to pop out and be like, behind the rock.
It's industrial as shit.
So you're kind of beeping and bopping back and forth between this scene and Jamie and the baby escape. She runs out into the rain. There's some guy just pissing and having a drink in the rain. She gets into his truck and he's like, "What the hell are you doing in my truck?" and then they just twist his head around. So Jamie escapes with this guy's truck, and then that's where
Zap Rousdower's truck.
Who is it?
It just looks like Zap Rousdower. Anybody who's a Mystery Science Theater fan, they got that. And they had a pleasant chuckle.
Yeah, he's just like, "Hey, what are you doing in my truck?" And she's like, "He's right there." So then you bounce back over and you're getting introduced to just an assortment of Strodes. So as well as, like I said, our man of the hour, Mr. Paul Rudd, he plays a grown-up Tommy Doyle. So he is the first person to play grown-up Tommy Doyle, one of 4 or 5 people to ultimately play the character of Tommy Doyle, which is just a child who is being babysat by Jamie Lee Curtis, by Laurie Strode in the first movie, and has become like 5 people have now played him or something like that. It's wild. But he was the first person to play grown-up Tommy Doyle. So in the original movie, Tommy and Lindsay are like the kids that are being babysat by Laurie, or one of them is by Laurie's friend and whatever. And then she ends up pawning him off on her. Anyway, that's who Tommy Doyle is. And he's all grown up. And he is, never really recovered from the events of that night, you might say. He's calling into local radio stations, arguing with shock jocks, so it's part of it is like, it almost is like at first you think it's going to be like a Coast to Coast AM type situation where they're talking about conspiracy theories and shit. But then he's more of like a shock jock type of character. So
he was
I'm like,
disgusting. I hated that guy.
He's got some real dingers of lines we'll talk about later. But Tommy Doyle, why would Tommy Doyle listen to this guy? That's the thing I'm questioning. But
he was the local station.
Yeah, it's a small town. He's talking about Michael Myers. It's Halloween. He can't help himself. That's kind of how I took it. But yeah, so you get introduced, reintroduced to Donald Pleasance as Dr. Sam Loomis. And you could tell he just loves this role, even at this point. Like he's, like I said, much older. He's a much more kind of sedentary character at this point. He's not just bonkers Loomis that you get in 2, 3, 4, and 5. And like I said, this was, I think, his last movie. Because like I said, I think he passed away like between when Principal Shooting wrapped up and before the reshoots.
And he had had some work done too, right? Didn't he have some plastic surgery?
He had a little work done. He had a little something done.
Looks great.
Well, so what happened is he got blowed up in 2. I mean, full on blowed up. And then he's gotten injured and killed and blowed up in 9 or 10 different ways between, 2, 4, and 5. And now, I think he actually comes back in 4. He's got a big scar on the side of his face.
Right. I do
and
remember
then that's part of the character because, of course, in 2, again, he did get he blowed himself up and Michael, but they brought him back. Don't worry. So Jamie shows up at Haddonfield General Hospital with her baby. George Wilbur. This is, I believe, the only movie where he plays the Shape, I believe. Does he play him in 5 too?
He played it in 4.
Oh, but not 5.
And then he plays him a little bit in this one, but also I think he got fired at some point because I read there was like 2 Shapes in this one.
Yes, there was, and I can't remember if this was the only one, or if he might have played in 4 as well.
Yeah, 4 but not 5, and then a little bit in this one. That's
right. He is the one that I like to refer to as Dad Bod Michael. He's just a barrel chested old guy.
Yeah.
Which I can appreciate. I like his physicality, although the mask, in this one is by far not the worst mask in the franchise.
No.
But far from the best.
They at least got back to the part where you don't see his eyes.
And his big googly eyes. But then they go back to that in H2O where you see his big eyes as well.
Yeah.
They do the he's definitely got a bit of a creep factor to him, but he's just like more short and stout, where Nick Castle was long and lanky. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And this guy's a little bit more stout. And he also it's not as bad as 5, where you just like tuck in the mask, where it's like flared out at the bottom real bad. But it's not great.
No. Like, I like a lot of the close-up hand shots they do too, because he has kind of those big meaty, just thick sausage fingers that like you believe would choke somebody, to death.
Nick Castle is Nick Castle, which I love. I mean, he's the iconic Shape in my mind, but Nick Castle is just kind of like he was closer to Shaggy from Scooby-Doo than, Jason Voorhees.
Right.
But this guy, he's a little bit, like I said, he's a little bit more like stout. He's not a giant by any means, but he is thick and muscly, and he's got them dang old sausage fingers.
Yeah, but you can tell like they changed him out like towards the end of the movie, because again the ending was probably the most reshot part, I think. And then you can tell like, oh, he's not filling out his, like, did he lose a bunch of weight? Did he get real sick? Like he's not filling out his jumpsuit as well.
His chest is sunken. He doesn't look the same at all. But like I said, so Jamie goes to Haddonfield General Hospital. Of course, she has her baby, which she had just given birth to, presumably. Michael shows up at the hospital, and Jamie kind of does the old switcheroo on him, bails in the truck again, and then crashes the truck into a dang old pumpkin farm, which is just spooky ooky as hell, and I appreciate it. The one thing I'll mention here, and you get it a few times, we'll talk about all the various Stroud clan here, but this movie, maybe more than any other one in the franchise, has the best like Halloween spooky season vibes to it. In my mind, it is such a great. I mean, the first movie, people really associate with it, but once it's a low budget independent movie, and when you start looking, all of a sudden Haddonfield, Illinois starts to look like Pasadena real quick, and there's not a lot of leaves. It's not exactly an autumnal vibe. This very much is, which I absolutely adore about this movie. But like I said, they crash in the old pumpkin farm. The woman who plays Jamie. So now at this point, Jamie would have been, this is 6 years later. Jamie was like, 9 years old or 8 years old in the last one. So she's like a teenager, 15, 16 years old, which apparently you'll come to realize has been impregnated by Michael, I think. But I don't know I don't know. I don't buy that 100%. I think there's actually, I think there's some, it's a little convoluted, which we'll talk about. But that's what a lot of people assume. But then also, it's still part of his bloodline. The baby is still part of his bloodline without it being his baby. So anyway, we'll get into it. But anyway, I see a lot of people online talking about that. And I'm like, I think maybe you might be, I don't remember. Maybe it was in the longer version. And I have seen like the long, like director, maybe not the director's cut. I think they call it the producer's cut.
Yeah, I think it's called the producer's cut.
Yeah. And I can't remember if there's more evidence in there that's the case, but I kind of don't think it is, because they do a lot of juggling around of the Strode family tree to make it make sense that Jamie is already a blood relative of Michael. Right. So anyway, but the woman who plays, because they didn't bring back Danielle Harris, the woman who plays Jamie looks like Finn, whatever his name is from
Finn
Stranger Things. She looks so much like him. It's weird. Michael kills Jamie in what is one of the more brutal kills in the entire franchise. And you don't expect it at all. You really think that, this is a new actress. Maybe she's a little less known. You don't know. Walking into this, I could see people thinking, yeah, Jamie's been essentially the star of 4 and 5. But no, she gets dispatched hard in the first 10 minutes of the movie. Michael shoves her onto, I think it's some sort of threshing machine. And
either a thresher or a baler.
Yeah, it's some sort of farm equipment. And then she's like reaching out to Michael, and then he just shoves her further onto it and then turns it on. Like, this is just Michael being super brutal. Now, like I said, you start to learn a little bit more about, the extended Strode clan after this. You also come to realize, I think soon after this, but I'll say it now so I don't forget, Jamie had stashed her baby in a locker at the hospital, and then she bailed.
In a bus station.
Oh, it was the bus station. That's right. It was the bus station down the bathroom whatever the bus station. But anyway, so she had left him and then basically lured Michael away to save the baby, and then goes, ends up crashing at the farm and then getting threshed and all that. So here's the confusing part initially. I remember the first time I was watching this, I was like, who are these people? Because the guy who plays John Strode, the guy who is the big old meathead dad who is like, you damn kids, you're pranking me again with the Michael Myers mask on my lawn. He's out there, smashing shit with an axe in his bathrobe. I thought that was Laurie's dad, because Laurie's dad, if you remember in the first movie, is a real estate agent. He owns Strode Realty. And
that would make sense.
Yeah, and he is selling the Myers house. And the whole thing about the first movie that's so scary is Michael had escaped, went back to his house, saw Laurie through the window when she was dropping the key under the mat because he was going to be showing the house. Michael caught a look at her, associated her with his sister in some capacity. And then that's what, started the whole pursuit of Laurie. Of course, that had been, changed a million times over. But I thought this was Laurie's dad. No, this is Laurie's uncle. This is Laurie's dad's brother, is John Strode. Oh. And they had apparently worked together at Strode Realties. Jamie's parents died in a car accident. A lot of people died in car accidents off screen in this franchise. We have already, so he's running Strode Realties. You're introduced to Kara and Danny already. Kara is John's daughter. So Danny is John's grandson. And then you get the rest of them. You got Deborah, the wife and the wife / aunt. And then you get Tim, Tim is Kara's brother as well. Tim is kind of the guy who you just are rooting to die. Like pretty often, you're like, just somebody killed Tim.
I wanted John to die. John is who I wanted to die the most.
Well, yes, of course. John's set up to die.
Worst.
Yeah, John's going to die. John's days are numbered. They are setting him up for something bad to happen to him. And prick. Maybe the most insane kill in the entire franchise happens to John, which I'm very excited to talk about. But Tim is the guy who is the snide 90s snapping little quippy jokes kind of guy that you're like, just kill this motherfucker, but you're not sure if he's going to get it. Ben, like you said, John, not cool. Not a cool dude.
Not at all.
He calls Danny a bastard at breakfast. Like just literally just over toast and coffee.
A casual breakfast.
Smacks Kara across the face. Then Danny tries to stab him, or holds a knife to him. Which
was also totally fine. No one even blinked an eye at that.
Yeah. No, they were like, well, let's go get in the car.
Time to go.
The whole thing is just a real classic Strode breakfast here.
Man.
Which this is the stuff that makes the Rob Zombie Strodes not seem that crazy.
No, they're not that far off. No. If anybody's been following the Steven Crowder news, John is pretty much Steven Crowder in the way that he's just abusive to his family for no reason.
No, just a real big fucking prick.
Yeah. Just a real piece of shit for just cause he could be.
Yeah.
And also he might be a drunk.
Yeah, you get that feeling as well because he's just slugging booze at his office. But you could do an entire series of episodes on the convoluted timelines and converging family trees of the Strodes, specifically in 4, 5, and 6. So I won't spend a ton of time on it, but it does get pretty convoluted. But just remember that at this point, because the David Gordon Green franchise, kind of retconned it back to where Laurie is not Michael's sister anymore, which started in 2, so it picked up after 1. This is still operating under that Laurie is Michael's sister timeline, and then Laurie is adopted by the Strodes. So Jamie is actually Laurie's daughter, and now the only remaining member of the bloodline is Jamie's baby, who's little baby Steve.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the thing where I'm like, why are people saying, and if I missed this or I've ignored it or whatever, because I've probably seen this movie probably less than a lot of the ones in the franchise. I would say I've probably seen it 5 or 6 times. At what point do they say that the baby is Michael's baby? Do they call that out at some point? Because I hear a lot of people talking about it, and I'm like, I've never really delved into that. And I've laid there stoned in bed thinking about the Strode family tree, right. Probably more than, somebody should. But Michael is, if Laurie's Michael's sister, Laurie was adopted by the Strodes. Jamie was Laurie's daughter. They were adopted by the Strodes. after Michael kills his sister. So when Michael kills Judith in the first movie, that's the sister he kills in the opening POV scene, right? Is Judith. Jamie was a baby, or perhaps not even born when that happened. I forget. But Jamie is Michael and Judith's. Jamie Lee Curtis. I'm saying Jamie. I mean Laurie. I'm sorry. Jamie Lee Curtis. Jamie from the movie. Sorry. Laurie is Michael and Judith's younger sister that was adopted by the Strodes, right?
No. So I have a family tree up right now.
There's many family trees. Be warned.
Yeah, I know. I've got one that looks pretty decent though.
Okay.
So Judith is the oldest.
Yes.
And she died in 1963.
Right.
Michael would have been older than Laurie because he was old enough to kill.
Exactly.
And Laurie was a baby.
Okay, I couldn't remember if Laurie was a baby or wasn't born yet when that happened. But yeah, that makes sense. Was a baby.
Yeah, Laurie was a baby, and then Jamie was born in 1980.
Right.
According to this. So
yes. So suffice to say, Michael kills Judith. Michael goes off to the sanitarium. The Strodes adopt Laurie. Then Laurie, later in life, and I guess however old she was, I don't know, late teen, early 20s, gives birth to Jamie. Now Jamie has a child at whatever, 15 or 16 years old. That is the bloodline of Michael.
Right. Yeah. It's still, Stephen is still technically a Myers.
Right.
Although, if you go all the way back. So he's still technically a Myers. So I don't know. But on the family tree I'm looking at, it does point out that it's Michael and Jamie's baby.
Yeah, but I don't understand when and where that happens.
I think it happens in the time, that they're both taken by the cult.
Yeah.
And Michael is milked.
But but first of all, why does that happen? And when is it explained? Yeah.
They milk him because they're trying to make, I think the point of the cult is to make a new perfect killer, and it's something that's lost by it not being part of the producer's cut, because the whole thing of the producer's cut is like the mark of the thorn gets passed on, and then there's also a keeper of the thorn, and so like the evil Loomis has apparently been in the shadows watching over Michael Myers, and he's his like keeper, and that movie was supposed to end with Loomis becoming the new keeper or whatever. Some fucking dumb shit. Dumb magic shit. That's the thing. That it's imperfect because they cut it all to hell. But I think the idea is that they're trying to breed new Michael Myerses.
Yeah.
And they have this idea that like you can create evil that way. But then also they have this.
Be inbred? Like
I don't know, because they also have this whole storyline of Danny, who's not related at all. It's just because he lives in that house.
Yeah,
they have
it's a nature versus nurture type situation a little bit.
Yeah, because I think they also make mention that there was a killer who bore the mark of the thorn, who lived in the Myers house before the Myerses.
Yeah. And that's because old Mrs. Blankenship, or whatever the fuck her name is, kind of explains that and said like that there was a boy here. And now I think she might have been talking about Michael.
But she was talking about Michael. Yeah.
But she also does say that like Danny has the same like here's the voices or whatever the fuck she says. So it's quite convoluted, and
it's very convoluted.
Yes, it's very it's extremely convoluted.
Can we? The one thing I've understood so far, and I want to ask about is did you say milk Michael? Like as
Yes. I think you were having computer troubles at the time, but we talked about this a little bit already. In that, so the cult has kept Michael in this hospital's basement, and they've been milking him to create all these little baby Michaels.
Well, what we were saying is that we don't see Michael fucking. Like we don't think that Michael's going to make.
Yes,
we don't
you're right.
probably not going to fuck.
No.
So Does
he get a boner?
For sure, he has to. That's just, that's the way it goes.
That's a physiological. Sometimes she goes, sometimes she don't go, but that is the way she goes. Yeah. I think what we were, and this was our speculation, is that Michael ain't gonna fuck. Michael's gonna try to kill somebody instead of fucking. So they strap him down to a table, the old massage table with the hole in it, sticks his dick through, and they just, they're
I've
basically
seen some videos like this before.
That's what we were saying. If you've been on the internet, you've maybe seen this.
Yes, I totally missed this.
This is our speculation of what is actually happening here.
Basically, I think they treat him like a zoo animal because he has his activity space and he has like his enrichment things that he can do,
like a big plastic ball that the bears have,
right?
And
like they give him a tire. Hey, Michael, go play with this tire.
He has all his enrichment activities, but then that's why there's so much sedative in that basement is because they use it in a more regular way of putting him to sleep, then strapping him to the table. Then when he wakes up, they milk him. And then, they take him, they take what they need to go impregnate women. Because it's a hospital, it's probably one of those creepy things where they're replacing the semen they're supposed to be using for in vitro with Michael semen.
Ooh.
So
do you think Michael semen is like if you look at it through a microscope, it's little
knives.
Jack-o'-lanterns. Anyway,
they bump into each other and kill each other.
Yeah, they're just stabbing each other. So again, this was what I was trying to avoid because it does get very convoluted, and I am 100% admitting this. I'm not trying to brush it under the rug. It's just it could be its own series of episodes.
This movie is a messy bitch.
It is a sassy, messy bitch. Tommy finds Jamie's baby that she stashed, and then Loomis does a B&E at the Strode's house.
No big deal. Totally fine.
Yeah, just old, crazy, scarred up guy pops in there and explains to old Debbie Strode, what had happened and what happened in this house. And apparently, which this is absolutely... I guess the idea is that they are the type of Midwestern family that just pretends things aren't happening. Whereas John knows the history of the Myers house, apparently couldn't sell the house because of the history. And of course, if he can't sell the house because of the history and there are literally kids putting shit on his lawn, how does the rest of the family, especially adult kids, late teens, have not heard about the history of the house that they live in?
Yeah.
But I took it as maybe old Debbie's being just an old Debbie, if you know what I mean. She's just being an old Midwestern Debbie where she kind of knows what's happening, but she just has tucked it away in her brain.
Buried it
to just
deep.
Really old Debbie denial.
Deep Debbie denial is not just a river in Africa and the letter in your first name, Debbie. So the man in black calls Debbie, demands the child, as he does. Michael gets her, they do the whole throwback. There's a lot of this movie. I probably haven't watched this movie in a few years. I forgot how much fan service is in this movie. And it feels very reminiscent of the David Gordon Green trilogy and some of the things that people were like, oh, I've heard some people say it's just a Marvel fucking version of Michael where it's all fan service and it's all nods to the old media and all this stuff. And I'm like, well, this does that too. Maybe in a slightly more subtle way, but it definitely does that. So, I mean, this has been happening for dang near 20 years, but you get that, he's chasing her through the sheets, which is of course a throwback to the iconic scene in the first movie. Like I said, it's maybe a little bit more subtle, but Kara comes home and just finds Danny chilling with Tommy Doyle, which is pretty creepy, but
real creepy.
Kara, but she quickly gets over that. Nope. Kara, Danny, Tommy, and who I'm referring to as a little Steven. who's the baby, because I'm imagining little Steven from the E Street Band. He grows up to be in my world. Goes to Tommy's place, and he's just caring for the baby for Jamie's baby, for little Steven. But you do get a great out the window shot of Michael, and this is where you get, barrel chested, fat fingered Michael out. But it's a good scene. It's a really good shot of him out the window, and it is a throwback to the first movie. That's who sees Michael for the first time hanging outside across the street is Tommy when he's a kid. But in this case, it's Danny that sees him. So Danny's the new Tommy, essentially in this scene. So Tommy explains the whole Cult of Thorn thing is this, like, again, in a nutshell, it's based in this old, like, Celtic tribal rituals where a child in every tribe is cursed and then another is sacrificed to appease the curse. So that's, right, I guess, in a nutshell, what it is. The symbol is like a constellation, hence my very funny constellation joke at the top of the show, but also tied into stars. That's the stars, before there were stars. Anyway.
That was a great response, Ben. I forgot.
I forgot. That's the best case scenario. So the symbol is this constellation, and it's on a computer, so it's true. In 1995, anything on a computer in 95, you could pretty much assume was true.
Yeah.
And I love how, like, when you're really researching something on a computer in 1995, you get a 3D view of it, and you can spin it around. You can look at it top, bottom, side to side, and that's how you know it's real, legit research.
That's how you know it wasn't a lie, because it took so much to put that information on the computer.
Yeah,
that, like, nobody would waste their time doing that unless it wasn't, unless it was true.
Yeah, nobody's going to go to the 40 plus hours it took to create that animation in some probably
busted ass
Encyclopedia Britannica app. He probably had an Encyclopedia Britannica CD-ROM that he fired up to get that on there.
C through D, Celtic.
Yeah, C through D. Like I said, the symbol is this constellation, and Tommy's decided he's going to be the one to kill Michael. He's really injecting himself into the story of Michael, which ultimately, I guess, comes true. But Tommy's landlady knows that Michael heard a voice, like when he was, so she kind of, she kind of knew what was happening, and you get this creepy shot of her explaining that, and then you get a lightning strike and you get Michael behind her in the window.
Yeah. I think that is my favorite shot of Michael in this movie. Yeah. Is him behind her in the window. And then, like, the other one is also the lightning strike at the beginning of the film in the barn with Jamie.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's just real quick, and it's like almost like he's not there. But yeah, I like his background. It's a
throwback to the original movie. Like, those are the coolest scenes in the first movie too.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. He's back to feeling like more omnipresent. The way he feels in the first one.
That's why, like, this movie, honestly, is the one that gives me the most Halloween one. The jumping back and forth between the houses in the neighborhood. This movie gives me more vibes of the first movie than any other movie up to this point in the franchise, which I think is part of why people like it a little bit. Also, I think there's part of it that, like, anything that happened like 10 to 19 years ago is cringy, but if it's 20 plus years ago, it's nostalgic. Like, that's just how the nostalgia wave happens. So maybe it's 30. I don't know. Whatever. But
I don't know. The editing is pretty cringy in this. Yeah,
but most casual viewers are not going to. The editing is not great. Like I said, this movie's all chopped up.
Yeah, it's mainly the quick flash, scream sting, like light flood.
Wait a second, Mr. 1990s. You're the fucking guy who always loves all these 90s movies that have the same type of editing.
It's too much in this one, especially at the end when Paul Rudd tries to kill him.
That was bad. Yes,
the ending
of this movie is a disaster. I would argue that the ending of two of our movies are disasters, and then one ending is good, but then the rest of the movie's disaster. So you know what? Let's pick our battles here. Anyway, John comes home just in time to get stabbed, then electrocuted until his head explodes, which is low-key the craziest fucking kill in the entire franchise. No one talks about this. This is more crazy than, maybe not as creative, but is definitely more crazy than Jason smashing the guy against the tree in the sleeping bag. Like this, he literally, okay, so take the scene, for those of you who haven't seen this, imagine the scene, which is one of my favorite scenes in movie history, from Home Alone 2, Lost in New York, where Marv is in the basement and gets and electrocutes himself.
Yes.
It's that, but his head explodes.
It's that plus scanners.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I don't know if I stepped away, but I have it in my notes. I never saw John die.
Yeah, you stepped away then because it's an extended sequence.
It's an extended sequence, and his head full on scanner style explodes.
I'll have to go and watch it again.
It is a giant flappy practical effect.
Yeah. It's also, again, probably the most cathartic because John is such a piece of shit.
Yeah, I was so sad that I never got to see him die, but now at least I know he's dead. That's good.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
and,
for sure.
It even does that thing, like if you're familiar with scanners, when the famous, maybe the most famous head explosion in cinema history in scanners, and you get that slow motion explosion where after the like initial recoil of the head exploding, there's like a big flappy chunk that flips down and then snaps back. Like it actually does that too. It reminds me so much of Scanners. It's fucking fantastic, and nobody talks about it. And this is an unsung kill. But in any case, so it's also, like I said, like Steve said, it's cathartic too, which makes it even better. So then you get this, I'm kind of, I'll accelerate here because there's still a lot to get through, but you get this weird like live remote radio broadcast with the guy Ben you said is just an absolute piece of shit. His name's Barry Sims. He is the local shock jock, and he has a couple of lines such as, "Relax your crack, sweetheart." It's a real good one. It's just dumb. It's dumb. Just it's a way to get everyone back to the Myers house. That's the only reason he's in it. That's the only reason this kind of like remote Halloween. It's supposed to be some sort of like community Halloween party, but for some reason Tim is involved. And like, of course, Tim knows the connection to Michael Myers. Like he lives in the house. But in any case, Tim and his girlfriend are basically explaining, what happened here. And they are going to go back to the Michaels house or the Myers house and do a remote there, which I choose to believe is the inspiration for why Busta and Tyra Banks went to do not Revelation, Jesus Christ, what is it?
Resurrection.
Resurrection, I mean. Anyway, so all the like, I guess at this point, like I'll accept all the cult of Thorn craziness, but like I said, this is the one thing that bothers me is there's no way Tim grows up and doesn't know he lives in the Myers house.
Right.
There's just no way. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Even just in media, you would have seen like pictures of it or read it in the newspaper.
Apparently, it gets talked about every Halloween for his entire life.
Yeah.
You could, even before the internet, Timmy can go get on the microfiche at the library. I'm sure he can recognize his own address, How
is it on the first day of school that he gets picked up by the bus there that the other kids don't go, "Oh, Jesus, you live there?"
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh, good God, you live in the fucking haunted house? Even back in 78, kids were doing that.
Yeah, like, you live in the murder house?
Yeah, and back then in 78, only one person got killed there. And they were already calling it the Boogeyman house. And, it's a spook house. It's a haunted house. And now 9 bajillion more people have died.
Yeah, they killed the entire police force in 1 year.
Yeah, that's right.
Tim is he's not that observant. I don't know.
Yeah.
He's the son of Deb, give him this is how he grew up.
That should be the next Halloween.
Son of
It should
Deb.
be Halloween, the son of Deb. But Michael does. So they come back and Tim and his girlfriend decide they're gonna bone at Kara's place. Kara's room in the Myers house. But Kara is across the street, remember, with Tommy and little Steven. And they are, they can see that they're going to bone across the street, but Michael came home. He luckily he is gracious enough to give Tim a towel before slicing his jugular. And he hands him the towel and you see the thorn, brand or whatever it is on birthmark. I don't know what it's supposed to be. It's a great scene. But then you do see that cool scene of Kara watching Tim's girlfriend, which I didn't write down her name, get killed by Michael through the window across the street. And Kara actually does deliver a pretty good performance, I think, for the most part. Her feeling of helplessness, I think, is very felt there. Danny is missing at this point because Danny's just always wandering off. And Kara heads over and finds that, Tim had already been killed too. And you get the basically the referential funhouse sequence from the first movie where, Laurie had made her way upstairs, sees all her friends slaughtered, the Judith Myers, gravestone posed on the bed, and then all her friends are all, fucked up around the house, stuffed in places, and PJ Souls with her eyes crossed and all those iconic things from the first movie. But I think they're pretty judicial in the way that they use the classic score and some of those memorable music strings right up until they start putting that sweet, sweet hard rock in there. But up until then, I feel like they don't overuse it. And then the last sequence, they turn it into this, like I said, this more like guitar-y type of thing, which is like, hey, you can take it or leave it. It's more of the time. But I don't fully understand exactly what's going on with Danny. Like, is Danny having visions? Is he hearing voices? I choose to believe that it's Danny from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie and it's Shredder talking to him. But I don't fully get that.
Whatever it is, and I don't know if that's again, it's not well explained because you have this voice character who is basically just like a 1930s noir character who walks around in all black.
Yeah.
But
well, and he was added in by the Accods. They basically said they had him added into the script just because they didn't know where the story was going to go yet. So if you put a mysterious person in black, you can take that in a lot of directions. Yeah. So that's pretty much what happened.
Yeah, but then it is revealed that this is the Dr. Wynn who's like, and he's like, oh, he's an evil Loomis. But are we to believe that he has like psychic powers to beam into Danny's brain and be like, you're gonna kill Danny, you're gonna kill for me, is there like a ritual associated with it? Because they're Strodes, so Kara is not, unless Kara, because they never say who Danny's father is. No, they never say who Danny's father is, but I think it's not important who his father is. Or it's extremely important. Dun, dun, dun. I don't know. But, are you saying that she, as a teenager, I'm saying it, went and had in vitro fertilization rather than going to school, and they switched it out for Michael semen? Okay. You see what my head's doing right now? Yep. All right. It's very much waving over now. No, I don't know. Who knows? I'm imagining Michael dressed up in like a cool high schooler outfit, like dressed up like Harley Kiner from fucking Boy Meets World, and went in there and took her to prom, but they
They porked. She got pregnant. That's how it went. He just went undercover. That's all.
I just like the idea
like
of
Drew Barrymore.
I just like the idea of Michael, with like a backwards hat, hanging out at school prom.
Just skateboarding down the hallway.
Yeah.
Fuck detention. Just spray painting fuck detention on the.
He's just flipping off like
double middle fingers the whole way down the hallway to all the teachers.
He's so cool. I'm gonna suck his dick.
I'm looking up there at a picture I drew of Michael Myers on a skateboard.
Oh, sick.
and I'm imagining it's him, just like he normally is, just on a skateboard. Anyway,
just his big fat adult meat fingers right in the teacher's face.
just a fucking tray of Johnsonville brats for a hand. But yeah, so Kara goes over to find Danny. She's got to go into the spook house. This is actually really, I think, well-written sequence where it's like, why would she go back over there? Oh, Danny, they've established that Danny wanders away. He's a little bit of a weirdo. He wandered away. There's a compulsion for him to go to the Myers house for some reason. So Kara has to go in, and she's very scared to do so, but she does. And you get this great haunted house sequence. Kara ultimately gives him a fucking whack with a fire poker and sends him down the stairs. And they did do a pretty good job of mimicking the like layout of the OG house really well. But he ain't dead, as you might expect. And they do a cool chase through the streets, and it really you get the classic race to the front door, which for me is maybe the two of the most iconic scenes in the first two movies. Is one, Jamie running across the street and banging on the door and throwing the flower pot up to the window to wake the people up, and then they shut the lights off on her. Like, I remember as a kid that freaking me the fuck out, like maybe more than any other scene in the movie. And then of course you get the second one where she's injured and she's crawling, in the hospital parking lot, and Michael's after her. So mimics that, which I think was subtle and really well done. And then the Man in Black shows up again. Like we said, it was Dr. Wynn, and Tommy's landlady and everyone from the town is there. They're all the Cult of Thorn has been hiding in plain sight, if you will. So Kara launches herself out the window, Texas Chainsaw style. Tommy and Loomis wake up and Kara isn't there. This is when shit starts to get real messy.
Yeah.
Because Loomis and Tommy were like they go to Smith's Grove and she's not there anymore. And then is this when they're like, I feel like I've been drugged? Doesn't that happen here?
Yeah. Because the
scene just ends abruptly. And when they reveal herself, and then I think this is a great move where Kara's just like, oh, she's trapped, she's fucked, what's she gonna do? She does the fight versus flight thing, like I said, Texas Chainsaw Massacre style. She just fucking launches herself out the second floor window.
It feels weird though, because she does just leave her son. Like it's like, you're on your own, bye.
yeah bye. It's 28 weeks later style. Yeah, she just goes pieces out. But I like it. But then this is when it starts getting messy, because then it's like Loomis and Tommy outside, and they're like, it feels like we've been drugged. And Loomis is like, we have been drugged. And Wynn wants like, I guess Tommy, or no, wants Loomis.
Danny.
Well, yes, he wants Danny, but Wynn also wants Loomis on board with the whole Cult of Thorn thing, because he was the first one who recognized that Michael was cursed, I guess, ? But like, he's like, you recognize the evil, kind of thing. So Wynn could have easily the Cult of Thorn could have easily just dispatched, just fucking murdered Loomis and Tommy Doyle.
Right.
But they didn't. For reasons.
It's classic Bond bad guy fucking like they have the only people that are trying to foil them in their grasps, but no, we'll just take the kid and the baby and leave these two people to possibly come foil us again.
Yeah, it is. There is a great scene here. Maybe my favorite quote, which is, and it's just the whole it's the way it's delivered, and it's, you are a madman. When he's talking, I think it's Loomis talking to Win.
Yeah.
But you are a madman.
Yeah.
It's not It's like you pause, pause. A madman. all one syllable. Such a weird line delivery, which that's my favorite thing about Loomis is from the first movie. He's really making some weird decisions in his fucking line delivery, but that's what makes him so memorable.
I think I wrote a favorite quote of mine. I believe it must have been from when they had sex in the house. Something about crotchless panties and barking like a dog.
Oh, that is actually something that the shock jock guy said. But then Tim jokingly repeats to his girlfriend later. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's like, when he's being really incredibly derogatory and horrible to Tim's girlfriend.
Yeah, during the interview.
But then he's also being like very dismissive at the same time. So that's when he's like, chill your crack, sweetheart, or whatever. And then later he's like, it says something like, Tim, this girl's something. She probably wears crotchless panties and barks like a dog or something like that.
Okay.
And then she's like, you fuckhead. And Tim's like, eh. And then later, and then Tim says that to her later, and she's like, "You're a dickhead."
Yeah. What you gonna do? I don't have good male role models in my life.
Every adult man in this movie is a piece of shit, with zero exceptions. Maybe besides Loomis, but Loomis had just spent 2 movies screaming in a child's face.
Right.
So really, every adult man in the entire franchise is a piece of shit. Except for Sheriff Brackett, basically. Right. But then he turns into a piece of shit in the zombie movies.
And also he was a cop anyway, so that's
it's one strike. But so Tommy tries to free Kara, who's in like a cell at this point. She's been taken by the cult. And old dad bod Michael shows up, gets the best. This is when you get that sick electric guitar, Eddie Van Halen version of Michael's stalking song. They hide, meaning Tommy and Kara hide from Michael. And as he's kind of stalking them through the halls of the hospital, they find where all the Thorn doctors have little Steven and Danny. And Michael is still after them during this time, but they don't know that the Michael's kind of, I guess, loose. I don't know. But Michael finds classic medical machete and just goes bonkers on the whole like Thorn medical staff. Yes. Just fucks everybody up. And then and they make a run for it. And Michael at this point is hustling, which is maybe the most you have ever seen Michael hustle at this point. Like he is running pretty much. And they end up trying to hide in the official Cult of Thorn fetus room. And then Tommy is maybe the only person to ever call Michael Mike. Yeah. Which I love. There's so many firsts in this movie.
They're very close at this time,
Yeah. He calls him Mike. He's like, oh, Mike.
Hey, Mike. This fetus room is fucking great because it is a Sci-Fi Channel set for
100%,
sure.
Yes. Like the way it's lit, like all the like kind of distressed metal, like it just feels like a Sci-Fi Channel set for sure.
And it's probably like a warehouse because it's so wide open, but then they have just centered it. They have all the fish tank babies and they have a whole bunch. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It would be things that should be built into the wall, but they couldn't because they don't own that wall. They have to build it away from the wall.
Big wide open space that they're trying to make look like a more tight area.
Yeah. There's so many barrels of just randoms of like, who knows what's in those barrels, but they're there.
Yeah. Well, syringes full of fucking radioactive green goo is what they're all
full of reagent, but they make you sleep instead.
Yeah. They're all full of reagent. Tommy jams a bunch of them, the syringes, of the green goo, the secret of the ooze, into Big Mike, and then Kara starts just wailing on him with a pipe.
Danny, I didn't think about it. I just thought about it, but do you think all those barrels were full of cum? Is that all Michael come?
Just
Michael milk.
Yeah.
It's like Fight Milk from It's Always Sunny, but it's Mike Milk.
Mike Milk.
Mike Milk. 4 bodyguards. 5 bodyguards. So Danny, Michael gets the upper hand as he does, but then Danny like hollers at Michael, distracts him, just long enough for Tommy to get the upper hand. And Loomis shows up, kind of just in time to whisk Kara and Danny away, while Tommy just beats the shit out of Michael because he's reagented him, but now he's wailing on him. And assumedly, this is the stuff that the Cult of Thorn uses to keep Michael at bay. So he has used it on him in some exceptional dose and is now just wailing on him. And then they're going to leave, but then Loomis stays behind for some, quote, unfinished business. What happens? It is ambiguous. And then you just see like in memory of Donald Pleasance because he died before the reshoots. But like the producer's cut so the producer's cut is way more bonkers, but it makes more sense and I think is a better ending. Like you do see Michael in his full garb standing like on an altar just beside Dr. Wynn and all that stuff, which is I just looks so bizarre to me. But people like it makes more sense. This just ends really abruptly.
Right.
And you're like, wait, did Michael kill Loomis? Did Loomis kill Michael? What happened?
I think you're to assume that Michael kills Loomis because you do hear Loomis scream and you get one final shot of Michael's mask being on the ground where Michael would have been, but then obviously Michael has gotten up and gotten away again.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's what you're meant to think, but it is very ambiguous and it's very abrupt and it's very sloppy.
Yeah, it's so abrupt that you're just like, oh, and the movie's over. Yeah. Okay, bye.
Yeah. The producer's cut ending, which I don't know if we should spoil. I don't know if we should get into what the producer's cut ending is because if you haven't seen it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Go watch it or whatever. I haven't watched it, but I read it and I was like, that sounds fucking stupid.
I mean, is it? I honestly like it better than what happens here. Let's hold this up because it's not part of the movie we're talking about here. It's not the one we watched, and let's leave it up to people because I think a lot of people won't. Again, not that this is exactly the creme de la creme of the franchise, but if you're a fan of the franchise and you haven't seen the producer's cut of this, go watch it or at least go watch the ending because it's bonkers. And if I. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah. It's fun.
Well, anyway. again, just and for the audience's sake, remember we're talking to Big Swings Brian, and so like it's probably one of the biggest swings they could have taken with an ending.
I love it. That's why I love it, and that's why I love Halloween Ends. They just put out a new killer in there, and now he's the new killer. Like I just like that this franchise does that. Like I do appreciate a big swing, but I also appreciate a franchise that does it despite having one of the more like psychotic, militant, frankly borderline toxic fan bases in horror. And I'm looking at an entire fucking wall of Michael Myers shit. Like I love the Halloween franchise, but the franchise, like we're gluttons for punishment is what fans of this franchise are. And I have been watching these movies for fucking 30 years and I love to constantly I'm still surprised with the shit they're willing to do. And that's a hallmark of a great franchise. If I watch if they made another Friday the 13th movie, I would know exactly what was going to fucking happen. And really exactly what's going to happen in all of them except for 6 pretty much. After one's got the great twist, of course. There's a couple. Okay, fine. We're not going to get it. There's a couple good things in there.
I think you're miscategorizing a little bit there.
Anyway, you get what I'm saying. So
you got 5, which is a completely different killer, which is also a pretty good murder mystery.
Later it's a worm. Okay. Friday the 13th is a bad example. Yeah. Friday the 13th is a bad example, but there are a lot of franchises where they are going to be more precious with their characters, with their stories, with their timelines. Yeah. The Halloween franchise, because it's such an amalgamation of different masters. You've got the Accods for certain ones, and you don't have the Accods for certain ones. You've got the early ones with John Carpenter and Deborah Hill. You got the later ones that they don't touch it at all. You've got
Dimension
multiple
Film
directors in this. Yeah, you've got Dimension Films throwing wrenches into the fucking works. You've got some films that have multiple directors. Like, it's just, so that's what I like about it. But I think overall people shit on the Thorn trilogy, but I like that they try to link some sort of like, usually I don't like when things are explained. Just let it be unexplained and let that be the scary part.
Mm-hmm.
But this, to me, is a nod to John Carpenter's original vision for the Halloween, as an anthology where it's going to be things that are linked around the holiday.
Right.
And I love part 3. And this is a way of tying Michael to the kind of lore of part 3 and just historical pagan Samhain shit.
Yeah.
It's Samhain, it's historical, pagan harvest festival, fucking rituals and all that sort of shit. So, the origins of Halloween, which you have to assume that's what, that's obviously what Season of the Witch is very much about.
Mm-hmm.
And you would have expected if you would have went to a third, movie in the Halloween, hypothetical anthology that John Carpenter originally planned, it would have been more of that.
Right. Yeah. You would have gotten some other, entity that you find in Celtic, mythology.
Well, in Haddonfield, it would make more sense. Even in the recent David Gordon Green movies, they try to talk about Haddonfield as having this like all this generational trauma and all this stuff. And it's like, it's a little bit round peg, square hole.
Mm-hmm.
But if you just say Haddonfield has some sort of fucking ancient curse, now that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. So. Haddonfield had a real problem with the Irish when it first started.
Just a real problem.
We were lousy with the Irish back in the 1800s.
One of those Irish problems, if you know what I mean.
They were all kicked out of Chicago and had to move to the suburbs of Illinois. And they started up this community and caused a whole big problem and cursed the land. And there's a blight in the soil. That's why we can't grow shit here.
The old Haddonfield potato famine. But anyway, so that's it. I'll shut up about Halloween 6. It's
thank
fun.
God.
It's a fun, messy bitch of a movie. And it's got a Paul Rudd in it. And Paul Rudd, we didn't talk about that much. I'm sure we'll get into it more, but Paul Rudd is
not good.
Acting his little balls off though in this movie.
No, he's
trying so hard.
I would say of the 3 movies we watch for the Showdown, he does the worst job.
Yeah, but it's such an interesting performance.
It's an interesting performance, but like, I don't know. It doesn't. I don't know. It just never hits.
If he would have played it like a cool sepia toned heartthrob like Bradley Cooper, would that have been interesting?
No. And if he played it like Ant-Man, that also would have sucked. There's just something about the way he's I just don't think he can do what he was trying to do. Like, I know what he's trying to do.
Then.
Because I mean, I think it is really his first film because it says
it's
introducing
his first feature length. I think it's his first feature length role.
Yeah.
He got thrown into. He had to play this like kind of like I think he was trying to play a Law and Order type of like disturbed weirdo, but also kind of a hunk. You know what I mean?
Right.
He was definitely doing those like. He was giving you a little cold steel from time to time too.
I think that's the other problem is because he's trying to play this like disturbed, affected youth. Yeah, but like I don't know, he's too boyishly good looking.
Everybody's
too handsome.
Everybody in the late, I would say mid 90s to that like 95 to 2005, everyone was trying to be so sexy.
Yeah,
and it sucks. Jeepers Creepers, we'll talk about here in a second. The sister. She can't get out of her own fucking way because she's got to be she's got to act like she's in a fucking jeans ad every scene.
I'll give you that one.
Yeah.
It's fine.
So, yeah, but I don't know. I already kind of voiced a lot of my opinions on Halloween 6, and I think just calling it a messy bitches, where I'll stick. But Ben, if you have any final thoughts on 6,
no, my brain hurts. That's all. I just can't. I'm not qualified to talk about any kind of Halloween movie with you guys. So
it's too convoluted, so tangled. It's like when somebody hands you the fucking it's fucking Griswold, getting his Christmas lights out, and it's just a fucking ball of knots. That's the Halloween franchise.
I just want a big demon with wings that's here to fucking eat people. Okay, that's why.
But might also be an Aztec god, but also might just like need an axe, but also has the wherewithal to get a vanity plate. So shut the fuck up.
But also loves songs from the 20s. But also, what a vampire, but stupid.
A stupid or a white trash vampire.
Wow. Okay.
Anyway,
I can see I'm in for an uphill battle.
Yeah, sorry. We're sorry to give up the ghost on that one, but
that's okay. I'm ready.
All right, we're jumping into film number 2 here. We're jumping into beer number 2, I think. Are you guys jumping into beer number 2? I'm jumping into beer number 2.
Oh, you guys are on 2? That's weird. I'm on 3.
I am going Kolsch, though. The Doppelbock early in the morning, boy. That just threw me for a loop. So I'm going Kolsch. I'm going another Dewey beer, Dewey Beer Company beer. It's called Grow Theory. It's their Kolsch. Oh my God, look at the freaking color on that. It's gorgeous. Who made that beer?
Abjuration.
What do they use in that beer to give it that color? I need to have a conversation.
I don't know if Dave would tell you. I'm not sure.
That is just intense.
I'll ask. Yeah, but if you were to milk the monster in my movie,
that is what it would look like.
Definitely.
Yeah. It would be green slime.
All right. So if you've been listening to this podcast and your brain hurts and you're tired of looking up genealogy trees, I've got the movie for you.
Have I got a movie for you?
Jeepers Creepers. One of the reasons I really wanted to do this one and didn't need to change was because I kind of, even before I was really into horror stuff, this was a movie you could watch on your cable growing up. Like I've seen this movie a lot, and it was even before the times of Tubi. I mean, you could find this on USA and in
the before times.
Yes, yeah, the time before. Mm-hmm. So it's something I was already familiar with, and yeah, I watched it again. I watched it for this, and yeah, I'm excited. So
2001 BT.
Yeah.
Before Tubi.
I also didn't get, and I'm sure you guys will tell me, but I didn't get the incest vibes that you mentioned before.
Oh no, it's not. No, it's not incest
it's real
vibes.
Life.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
yeah. That's the unfortunate part. Victor Salva, who is the director of this here movie, and is he the writer too? He's the director.
Yeah,
I know that.
Also the writer.
He went to jail for sexual misconduct with a 12-year-old boy, I believe. Yeah, so that's what we were really talking about. Ooh. Meg really, she just really set you up there. She has this intuitive way of stumbling into these things. It's a sixth or even a seventh sense that she has.
She's so lucky.
She has sight, she has hearing, she has smell, she has problematic radar.
Yeah. But she's attracted to the problem. It's not a problematic radar where she gets it and she's like, "Oh no, stay away." Her problematic radar picks up on it, and then she's like a moth to the flame.
Problematic.
That's what she is.
That's her X-Men power. She's problematic.
Oh, yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
Of all the stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so this movie opens up nicely enough. There's a brother and a sister, Derry, and I forget the girl's name, but Trisha. They're coming home from spring break and driving a nice classic car. And I forget how the original the villain in this movie, do they originally just tailgate him in the beginning?
No.
Yeah.
No, he tailgates them.
Okay, yeah.
He tailgates them. Yes, sorry, other way around. Yes, he tailgates them. That's how they're introduced to the vehicle before the villain.
Okay, that's what I couldn't remember if they initiated this contact or he did. So they get tailgated by this very large, very intimidating, classic old truck. Pushes him off the road it just comes up real close. Eventually gets in front of him, keeps going. And it's got that vanity plate that you guys mentioned earlier, beating you or be eating you or however you want to.
Be eating you, I think, is the main it's made for, which is very funny, as we'll get into. I'd like to revisit that later because the character having a plate, because anyway, there's a lot of lore around the creeper that doesn't necessarily come out in this movie, but does come out later, which makes all of it even funnier in my mind. But not not in a anyway, I'll wait for that, but it's fun.
Yeah. So that happens. They recover from that. They take a little pee break, which I looked up. That's real pee in that scene.
He was really peeing.
That's real urine there. That's not something you would get in Halloween or Midnight Meat Train, guys.
Paul Rudd in Midnight Meat Train it would be CGI urine, but in
fuck you.
Paul Rudd, you got to pay him a lot of extra money to see his urine.
That's true. Yeah,
I've heard that.
So, and then they had this original meet up, and then the
MEAT.
The truck comes back, right, and runs them off the road. Correct?
Yeah.
Well, this is after they've seen the pipe. They see
him. Yeah. So that's like this move. This intro is, in my opinion, is the strongest part of the movie, and it's really great. It's really effective because it is based on.
It's a real life thing, right?
Well, yeah,
like a true story, kind of.
It's two things. It's based on a story of some guy from Michigan who killed his wife.
Yeah,
right?
Dennis Depew.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, killed his wife and then dumped her behind a school, and then there were witnesses that saw him dump that body, and then he did indeed tailgate them. Kind of like in this movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then it's also heavily influenced by, which I think the writer had said as well, which coincidentally, I just read the story for the first time. A short story by Richard Matheson, who's a very famous horror, weird fiction, speculative fiction, even author, who has a short story called The Duel, which I just read for the first time. Just coincidentally, I bought a book of short stories by Richard Matheson, and this just happened to be one of them. And I was like, oh, this is where the movie The Duel comes from, and all of the references to the idea of like basically a psycho trucker tailgating you and running you off the road and playing this cat and mouse type of thing. This is something that's become kind of, a medium-sized trope in horror, and it all it stems back to that Richard Matheson short story.
That sounds really cool, like a cool story, but it'd be even cooler if it was like a green demon,
Yeah, no, it's not. Well, in your defense, I won't spoil the story. Read the story, but it is not. No, it is not a green demon. As far as we know, it could be.
Lost me. Not interested.
It's what he wants. But yeah, I agree though. Like, so I already mentioned I've never seen this film before. And this first 15-20 minutes felt like an urban legend.
Yeah.
It's shot similarly too.
So I appreciate now that it's like actually based off like a couple real life things of a real event and then a written story. But yeah, it feels like a real urban legend, and that's before everything goes to doo-doo.
Yeah. Well, the best scene in the movie, in my mind, is the one, Ben, you were just talking about, which is after they're getting tailgated by this guy, and they're not really taking it tremendously seriously.
No,
I mean they are, but they're just like
seatbelts on, for God's sake.
No, and even once they are, they don't put them on. But they're doing this whole like, oh, this guy's just a psycho kind of thing, which is the tone is borrowed. The scenario may be borrowed from the real life, kind of true crime element, but the tone is very much the Duel, which is at first it's fuck this guy, he's going to be a dick, then we're going to be a dick. And then ultimately it spirals into this guy's crazy, we should be scared of him, and then into oh my god, I'm gonna die because of this guy. And the inciting really incident into when things go really bonkers is when they stop to take a piss or whatever, and then they drive by this abandoned church and you see this coat, hat, cloaked kind of figure throwing a big old bloody wrapped up
rag down
something or other down a pipe,
body shaped lump down that pipe. But I love that they can see him and they see that he sees them. That's the creepiest part. And they do that like panning shot of them driving down the road, and you can you see him, then you lose sight of him, then you see him, you lose sight of him, like through the cool.
The trees.
And he clearly doesn't even care. I mean, he acknowledges them and really doesn't. He just looks at them, throws the body in, and goes back in his truck. And I think he drives off. I'm not sure if.
Well, he jumps after them. He immediately goes after them.
Okay. Then that's when this.
Because then they're like, whoa, what? Did he see us? Did he see us? And then you see him pulling out. And they're like, oh, shit, here he comes. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's when the second big chase happens, and that's when they crash into the cornfield. And they get the car out of the cornfield, and I guess then they make their way back to because Derry, he's he is a hero here. He decides he wants to further pursue this and see exactly what was dumped into that tube. Correct.
And I love how easily explained away cell phones were in 95. It's just like, it's in my gym bag in the back. Get it out. It's dead. Well, where's the power cord? I don't know. We have a power cord. Well, my cigarette lighter doesn't work. It's just like, these are all felt very plausible. Whereas now to explain away cell phones, a lot of things have to happen. Back then, it's just like, no, my car's a piece of shit and I'm stupid. And then you're like, well, yeah, I mean, we're all had piece of shit cars and they're stupid. Right. Yeah. So there was but one place to charge it, and it was in a cigarette lighter that may or may not exist or work.
So they see the house again. They realize what had happened there, and he really wants to go back and check that out. So indeed they do. They get back to the old, I think it's an old church, right? I think that's the building. And the sister, she lowers Derry back down into that tube via his feet, and he hears a mumble, and then he gets excited, goes down a little bit further. Some rats come. He kicks his legs really violently, like he's gonna flutter kick across the pool, and she panics. He panics. He drops her, or she drops him, all the way down that tube, and that's when he gets to discover like what's really going on down there, and it's the first guy that he finds he's wrapped up in this thing. He's kind of still alive at this point, but he has these very obvious handmade sutures going down the middle of his chest, which I guess we're later led to believe that he eats organs and certain parts of humans that are valuable to him, and then other parts really aren't. He's not eating people entirely. He's eating select few, like the really nice little juicy bits.
He's only eating the parts he needs to heal the things because we made a lore about a vampire, but stupid.
Or creative, Steve. Maybe they just made it a little more fun.
Well, interesting. I don't know how much you guys have read into the origins of the creeper. I have seen the other movies. I have not seen the Reborn, the one they just did like in the last couple of years or whatever. But I actually, out of curiosity, went down the rabbit hole because apparently there is a comic book series that explains the origins of the creeper in a lot of ways. And it's, it is a little bit vague, but long story short, the creeper is some sort of like, ancient demon that may or may not, they're like, let's go back to its origins, but then they go back to when it already existed, which the earliest time it existed from what, like, I guess the kind of canon indicates is that it was worshipped as a lizard god by the Aztecs. So it goes way back. So yeah, it's not just like a vampire that came about in the Victorian times. Like it used to like get people fed to it as a god by the Aztecs. So it has been around for a second. So now I immediately start thinking about it as Nick Cage from Renfield. Like, like it's kind of down on its luck. Once upon a time, it was a god worshipped by the Aztecs, and people wanted to be sacrificed to it because it was such an honor. Now
look at him. Ugh.
Now he's just wearing a dirty coat and a dang old red sweater, driving a truck with a freaking novelty license plate in Florida.
But he seems kind of okay with it. Like,
he does seem to be down to,
and you guys talk about the vanity plate. He's been doing this. Does the lore talk about I don't even know where I got this. I don't think it's from the movie, but he feasts for 23 days every 23 years.
The psychic brings that up towards the end of the film.
Yeah, so he's been doing this for a long time. He's had plenty of time to secure a nice truck. He could have put some time aside to make a nice vanity plate for himself. It's like a little vacation home for him.
So when he gets up every 23 years, does he renew the registration on that truck?
I don't think so.
Or has he got a guy who's just going to put the sticker on it for him?
He's got a guy.
Yeah.
His first 7 days must be like a lot of chores.
So much mail to open.
Yeah. He's got so many things to catch up on.
He's like,
who's president now? What's going on?
Who's president? What's going on with my pipe? Have they fucked with my pipe?
Yeah. Where's my axe?
Where's my giant? First of all, the axe, which we haven't gotten to this point yet, but I imagine that axe, when you get like action figures, and they have the weapons are all connected in that one piece of plastic. They're all connected together and you got to twist them off.
Yeah.
That axe just looked like it belonged on a set. Like, hold on.
It came with a machete and a samurai sword.
Yeah. It was a real Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fucking accessory is what he has.
Yeah, which is what I was going to grab back here, but they don't have any of the old things. But yeah, they all used to be like on the same like little printed out board or molded board.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
where's my axe? Did somebody put my axe?
Who's been touching my stuff?
The Derry's down the tube now, and he finally gets to investigate this. He finds the first body. I think he continues, and then, which is something I never saw from the cable version, or I don't know, the versions of this movie I've seen before. They must have edited out it kind of opens up and you can see the whole of this catacomb, the walls, the ceilings are all made of these really super realistic corpses. I mean,
it's a quilt of corpses, if you will.
And they're kind of oozy, they're kind of drippy. And so do you
think the church ladies helped him make that quilt?
Well, there might be some up there. Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering. Did he mimic that design element by something that he found in that church?
Ooh. Yeah. At what point does he get the sense of artistry that he wants to do? Because for like there's a real shotgun approach to like, let's throw a whole bunch of lore on the wall and see what sticks between this and the sequel. And
that is literally what I put. I said, this is a real throw everything against the wall and see what sticks type situation.
Everybody said, oh, that's kind of like a vampire. But no, wait, he does stitching and he has
really well
an axe and he has a cool truck that has like a supercharger in it. Dracula doesn't have a supercharger.
It's which Dracula
that's right,
talking
he
about?
Does say that. I can't beat him. It's soup. He's done something to this truck.
It's souped up. It's got nos.
Real Fast and the Furious.
This is 2001. It does have nos. But this is kind of an amalgamation of a lot of ideas,
and I love it.
Most of which are stolen and then thrown against the wall and see what sticks.
You guys just think about this stuff too much. You just got to kind of watch a movie and be like, "Durr," and it's just fun. This is fun.
You are such a perfect stand-in for Meg, because that's generally how she feels too. It's like, you guys stop thinking about it so much.
Don't use your brains about this.
Well, actually.
Much like the creeper's walls, his backstory is also stitched together.
Works for me. It works for me. All right, so they're in this is clearly his home base. He's been doing this for a long time. 23 days every 23 years he gets to do this. They get back out. They got to find help, right? So they get to the now we go to the diner. And they come in. It's like this typical how you would imagine out of towners walking into a little podunk diner. Everyone turns, everyone looks, no one really wants to help them, but eventually they do. The cops come. They're pretty useless. But
yeah, this is a scene from The Duel too. Like this, I mean, this whole scenario plays out in the short story. You go to the diner, the cops come, you can't trust anybody, they're out of towners. Like,
yeah. And somewhere within, and now the time where this what do we refer to this guy as? The creeper?
The creeper.
The creeper. Yeah. The creeper, someone in the midst of their police interview, someone mentions that there was some guy out there at their car sniffing their stuff. And indeed it was.
He is a real creeper, in that way too.
It's like it's the same way that like your dog sniffs you after you've been playing with another dog for a while. Like not happy about it, taking big, deep huffs.
I imagine Victor DeSalva probably did a bit of sniffing in his day. You know, he seems like that kind of fucking guy.
There was definitely, the illusions of that he's been sniffing Derry's underwear.
Yes.
And that's a real, like, I haven't seen the other movies either, so I don't know if that's a Victor Salva hallmark of sniffing underwear.
It's like a Quentin Tarantino foot situation.
Right, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, it's a hallmark, yeah.
Also, I guess we'd have to go back and watch Powder. I don't know how much underwear sniffing's in that movie either, but
I think minimal, but I can't be certain.
Yeah, my memory isn't good enough.
And this is when we're at the diner, this is also when the psychic comes in, right? Or I don't know if she's a psychic.
The psychic shows up at the police station.
Oh, okay. Police station.
She calls them while they're
at the diner. Yeah, and she says that once he gets your scent, he can't be stopped. So apparently he has the scent of, we're not really sure at this point whether it's Derry or the sister, but he's got the scent of one of them, and you can't shake him once he's smelled you.
Yeah. I just imagine we should do just like an edit or something like that where it's the creeper and he's like, wow. Just as the old scent of a woman.
And this led me to believe that because later in the movie they talk about like he'll smell your fear. The psychic tells them that at some point, and that's got to be the reason why he tailgated them so aggressively in the beginning, was to invoke some kind of fear response that then he then smells those pheromones or whatever, and he's into one of them.
Yeah, he's down to clown, and he's trying to figure out which one he likes the stink of more. I think is kind of where he's at.
And he has to evoke fear in order to kill you or something. I don't know. Yeah. It didn't make sense.
Yeah, it's like T-Rex, and you got to, but it's movement. In this case, it's fear. But I think if I recall, and I don't remember if this is something that I saw online or if this is actually part of the second or third movie, but I do believe they kind of try to put a scientific. Like they literally, there's some sort of compound that your brain creates when you're scared. Some sort of,
just adrenaline,
something like that. Yeah, it's some sort of compound that your brain creates when you're scared, and he can smell that specific chemical compound, I guess.
Cool. Certain ones he likes, and certain ones he doesn't like that much.
No, he likes the fear. He likes just whatever that thing is that is the fear one. He's into that. So the more he can produce in you, the more you are going to be targeted as a victim, I guess.
You know what's really scary, though? Like scarier than a hillbilly truck behind you?
Yeah.
A giant bat, man.
Yeah.
Right?
Like could go full Mothman with this.
So like, why does he bother with the truck?
Because he can't fly if he's carrying the bodies, except for that he does definitely do that later.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah, the truck, he's just a gearhead. He's just a truck guy.
He's just a whimsical gearhead.
Vibe. He's got a vibe. He's got this leather trench coat he likes. He's got a hat.
Yeah. He's a real Joe Diffie kind of truck, pickup truck man.
He just got into styles of like, I want to dress like the Undertaker.
Like about a pickup man. Yeah, he dresses like the Undertaker too. I didn't even realize that. He does. He dresses like the Undertaker. He drives a truck. It's not a pickup truck. I'm going to stop pretending that it is.
No, it's like an ice cream truck.
It's huge.
Yeah, it looks like an ice cream truck, or it looks like to me, it reminds me of an old timey, like an armored truck that would deliver cash to a bank or something.
Yeah. It's definitely a truck that's from maybe like the 50s. But it has some sort of supercharger in it because it's in the sound design that it has an air intake supercharger. It's like, all right.
It sounds like it's 1995. They went into their bag.
It's 2001, Brian.
Whatever.
Get it right.
What did I just say?
1995.
Oh, whatever. My movie's 1995. Yeah. But they definitely went into their little sound archive and typed in Dodge Viper. Like it's that 1998 Dodge Viper sound that was in every video game.
The coolest Honda Civic ever.
It's got NOS.
So yeah, I think the Creeper just might be like kind of a smooth brain 70 IQ guy living in Florida because he has a supercharged vehicle, dresses like the Undertaker, but has like a real affinity for like shitty old music and quilting,
sniffing people,
and underpants.
and sniffing people.
Yeah.
Sniffing people.
So like a lot of this makes sense that it takes place in Florida.
What if when he took off his duster, he had like a sick barbed wire tattoo?
I would prefer that over
so many tribal
opening,
tattoos,
like the big frills he has around.
Yeah,
I think the barbed wire tattoo would have been cooler.
He only eats the skin of people with Celtic knot tattoos.
You guys are making fun of him a lot, but let's not forget he's doing a great job. He's just living his best life, and
the actor actually does a good job. I looked up who it is. The guy who plays the Creeper is pretty fucking good, I think.
Yeah. I was IMDbing a little bit of this, and there was all the set had all kind of rules about the classic car that the kids drove and the big truck. Like they were not allowed to drive them. Like I'm not even sure if during the movie they were actually driving them, but because
that's interesting.
Yeah, they just didn't have a lot of money, and those cars were worth so much that they couldn't afford for them to be hurt or broken or anything like that.
Yeah. That's interesting just because of how many different shots they have within the cars.
Yeah.
And then I really, really hate to give this director any kind of credit knowing what he is.
Yeah, I didn't know that before I did this movie.
Yeah, I was going to say, Meg really fucking... So that's what we said. She really hung you out to dry.
Yeah. But he does two things in this movie that I kind of like. Not that they're super unique, but they stand out. One is all the shots that are like on the road they have like a deep field of vision, but a short focus. So like you can see the truck in the background coming up on them, or when he's standing on the cop car, you can see him in the background on the cop car, but you don't know like what the fuck you're looking at. You just go, the Undertaker's on top of that cop car. What's happening now?
Yeah. He's throwing Stone Cold into that fucking ditch.
What's going on back here?
Someone's mankind's getting thrown into a ditch.
Yeah.
Where's Paul Bear in all this?
What if Paul Bear was just hitchhiking? Just like
going my way. And then the other thing I like is, and I guess we're like after the cops decide to go back to the church with them.
Yeah.
There's a scene, and just I like the camera movement in this scene of they're going down the road, and they start off in the car with Derry and Trish, and the camera pans back to the cop car where they're having a conversation, and then it pans back up to the car with. If I have a good thing to say, I like that shot. So,
yeah.
That's it.
They actually lost. We'll talk about this more at the end, but I guess a bunch of like $1 million worth of funding kind of investors kind of dropped out. So the ending of this movie was supposed to be a lot different than it actually ended up being. We'll talk about that at the end. But so we're at the diner. No, let's go from where Steve is. The cops follow them back to the church. Do they ever make it to the church, or do the cops? Yeah, the cops get killed like halfway en route to. Yeah. And that's when, I mean, it's a really cool decapitation scene. I think he just pull the head out through the.
He cuts a hole in the roof of the cop car.
That's right.
Because he's got his TMNT axe.
Yeah.
And he pulls him up through and he cuts his dang old head off.
Right off. Yeah. And this is when Trish and Derry finally get to see this creeper kind of like up close and in person. Because I think at this point they really just think he's just a dude, just a weird.
Well, they don't even see. Have they went to the woman's house yet?
And no, that's after this.
Yeah,
I was going to say they still don't know what he looks like exactly.
Okay, right. Gotcha. Yeah. So
because it's after that it's right around then that they get the full view of what he looks like.
Yeah. Because what they get is like the head of the cop lands on the front of their car, and it causes them to spin out. They don't even see that, but then Trish gets out of the car and sees the head on the ground and sees that the creeper is in the cop car now, and they don't even give him time to get out of the cop car before they fucking take off.
Yeah.
Well, he starts eating the tongue or something.
Oh yeah. He's eating the tongue of the cop's head. Yeah.
That beautiful.
Yeah, and then they that beautiful.
They're gonna French kiss for a long time, but he's actually just kind of fishing his tongue out.
Yeah, he's just eating his tongue, and then they run his ass over.
Isn't
this when they run his ass over?
No, they run his ass over in front of the cat lady house.
Oh, that's Cat Lady House. You're right. I'm getting ahead of myself.
They play chicken. So cops are dead. Now they take off. They end up at the cat lady's house, and it's a cat lady. She's got like 20 some cats. Comes in. She doesn't accept them too readily, but fun fact is they got so there are a lot of cats in the movie in this house, and to get the cats to that window so fast, they smeared tuna fish all over the window screens.
Classic move.
But that's what you do when you got to get cats to the front of the house. Tuna.
If somebody said to me, and I have zero cat wrangling experience.
Me too. Yeah.
If somebody said, get the cats to the front of the window, that's probably my first move.
That's your go-to. Tuna fish. Duh.
I'm like, what would Heathcliff like? How can I get Heathcliff over here? First things first, I go lasagna. Where am I getting some lasagna? And then I go, no, that's a specific cat.
Yeah.
What would Heathcliff do? He's more of an everyday cat.
He's a garbage cat. He'll take whatever.
Right.
So you guys might understand this, but I feel like the cat. Did the cat lady have some kind of understanding of this? Maybe of this creeper.
She seemed to, didn't she?
Yeah, I got vibes of that. I don't know.
I felt like she didn't.
Well, I thought she did because she was like, fuck you guys. And then she saw him in the yard.
That ain't
and
my
he was like,
scarecrow.
Yeah, he's acting like a scarecrow.
Yeah.
And then she's like, oh, it's that thing that I have a vague understanding of. Like, I took it as she had a vague understanding of what they could be talking about. She didn't want to believe it. Then she saw this quote unquote scarecrow and then was like, uh-oh.
Yeah. I think, and it's also confusing at this point because you have the call at the diner that you later find out is the psychic, but because they never show the psychic's face in that scene,
you think it's the cat lady.
You think it's the cat lady because she's going on and on about, have you seen the cats? And so you're thinking like when they show up at the cat lady's house is like, is this the person who was calling them at the diner? So yeah, that's why it gets confusing. You think she has an understanding of the creeper, but I don't think she does.
I kind of thought they were the same character, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I didn't really give it that much thought, but I always just kind of thought of them as the same character.
Yeah. Also, just a fun thing, this cat lady is also Mrs. Peacock in the Clue movie.
Oh no shit. Yeah, that makes sense now. I fucking love Clue. Such a good one.
So, that's not my scarecrow. Scarecrow then, I think maybe she takes a shot. I'm not sure. But the scarecrow kind of flies up lands on her roof, gets into her house because you can kind of hear the cats getting tore up or disturbed, and then she doesn't give a shit. She goes in there and she tears off after him, and you hear a couple gunshots. They come down the stairs I feel like this is a really cool shot too, kind of in the shadows. It looks like she's just coming back to the door, and that's what Trish and Derry are kind of led to believe. But then you can see it's just the creeper with his hand around her neck, holding her up in front of him. Yeah, she's very, very dead at this point. And then I think
this
Derry
is the
Trish,
reveal.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. That's right. The cat lady gets dropped, and then they finally get to take this guy in all his alien glory.
Lizardy.
It's beautiful.
It's the lizard taker. Now they know it's the lizard taker.
It is the lizard taker.
Well, and that's like I said, I was kind of interested to find out. Like, he apparently, I don't know if this is technically canon with the movies. I'll be honest with you, I've seen 2 and 3, maybe not 3. I know I've seen the sequel at least, and it has been, probably a while and didn't pay tremendous amount of attention. But I recall them kind of suggesting that he is some sort of reptile, ancient reptile creature. Whether he's a god or whatever he is, I don't know.
An alien. I mean, lizard people are a thing. People talk about those guys all the time, and they're supposed to be from some other planet.
Are you saying he's one of the reptilians?
Yes. Yeah, he is.
Yes,
he is an InfoWars style reptilian. If you saw, you could tell. Now, the wings aren't necessarily a giveaway, but when his eyes blink the other direction, that's when you know he's in cahoots with Barack Obama.
He's out there with Barack Obama and Hillary. They're stuffing people down the pipes.
Just sweating, just eating meatballs with your hands.
So I forget. I don't know if there's somehow they get to a road. I don't know. It must just be in front of the cat lady's house. But there's kind of like a showdown between Trish and Derry and the creeper. And he's on the road. He doesn't have his truck at this point. And they kind of have like this game of chicken. And for all his powers and prowess of athleticism, his wings, his super strength, and all this stuff, somehow manages he can't manage the acceleration of this old classic car, and just kind of like, I didn't turn that right, and then just gets run over a bunch of times. Actually, it gets pretty violent.
Well, he was being a show off, and that's what happens, because he has a couple instances of doing wire foo and doing some backflips, and he thinks he's being all sweet like a parkour video, and he gets run the fuck over being a jag.
Far.
That's right.
That's what you get for hot dogging.
Yeah. Hot dogging, and you're gonna get your duper run over.
Yep, and he did a whole bunch of times. She backed up over and over and over and over again, and he did. I mean, he seemed like he was hurt pretty good.
Yeah, he was up against it a little bit there. It seems like they did a number on him.
Yeah, so they take off, and as they drive away, you can kind of see him, like his wings kind of pop out and kind of cover himself up a little bit, and eventually he flies off the best he can manage, but you can tell he's struggling. But he does go somewhere. We're left to believe that he goes somewhere to kind of recuperate, or maybe he needs to eat some more organs. Oh no, because that's what he does exactly next, right? The more he goes on a little feeding spree, and he kind of regains his strength and regains his abilities to fuck shit up, because we go to the Trish and Derry go to the police department, and they don't believe him at all, but so does the creeper. And the next time we see the creeper is down in one of the holding cells, right? And he has ripped the bars off of the holding cell, and he is just feasting. And those poor guys next to him are just like, he's right there. What's going on?
Get your boy. Somebody come get your boy.
Why are all the cops terrible shots?
Terrible shots.
Yeah, this is not modern day Florida cops. Modern day Florida cops will shoot a dimple off your ass from 100 yards for nothing. These guys are real bumbling. These are real Barney Fife type of cops.
Yeah. Just podunk. They don't seem terribly concerned that like one county over, 2 cops are dead.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about the whole.
That's not their problem.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
No, us. Oh, it's fine.
I guess they just assumed a gator got him or something.
Yeah.
That's the number one cause of death amongst law enforcement in 2001 Florida. It's a gator attack.
Gator problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is. I mean, I feel like this is the last real kind of big scene here as far as like the fight goes.
Yeah.
Trish kind of makes they work their way through the police department. Everyone's dying, but the cops are still like they're trying their best. They've got their riot gear on now. They're searching for this guy, and eventually the creeper gets somewhere like on the 2nd floor, I believe. And they have a bit of a showdown between Trish and Derry. And
I just wanted to point out. So you mentioned that there was like budgetary problems.
Yeah.
Leading up to the ending of this film.
Yeah.
And I think something makes more sense to me now is you have this scene of like these cops in riot gear and they're just kind of in a hallway walking around.
Yeah, right.
And there's a real fucking chatty Cathy on the other end of of the walkie-talkie.
Yeah.
And he's just like, oh boy, oh, he's getting us. Oh no. Oh boy, oh, watch out, Sarge. And one of the worst lines I've ever heard in a long time of, he's a real mover and a shaker, boss. Oh no.
Yeah.
And rather than showing any of this action, you're just having it narrated by some podunk cop on the other end.
I assumed it was Jerry Reed on the other side.
Yeah.
Oh, good goddamn. Holy Moses. There's a big old gator man over here. Goddamn.
It sounded like a really fun scene to watch. I mean, oh, boy. And
it sounded super awesome when Snowman just read the script to us.
It's just Jerry Reed over there on the other side.
Apparently, from what I read, somehow the original ending was supposed to be Derry in the creeper's truck, and it didn't say. I'm assuming maybe the creeper was in it, but Derry was supposed to drive that truck into a train.
Oh, that would have been sick.
Yeah,
they were going to go full fucking Stephen King.
Yeah, and if I had to guess, I bet the creeper probably would have been like maybe perched on the truck, and they were just gonna he was just gonna bring them two together, and Derry was gonna kind of kill himself, but the creeper at the same time,
right?
And then everyone lives happily ever after. So we're at the 2nd floor of the police station, and this is kind of where it's all going to come to a head. Trish tries her very best, and I honestly thought I didn't know which way the creeper was going to go because I still wasn't sure of who he wanted at this point, but Trish really tried her best to try and sacrifice herself. Take me, not him. And the creeper was like, nah, I'm gonna stick with my guy here. This is who I like. This is who I picked. And despite her best efforts, he takes.
I'm gonna take old movie 43 over here. I'm gonna take him with me.
I'm gonna take the twink with the belly tattoo.
Yeah, I forgot about his little belly tattoo.
Yeah.
Plus, Justin Long is like really thin and fit in this movie.
Yeah. He was, I guess he was 22, I read at this time, and she was like 30, which makes sense. She definitely looked a little bit older than he did.
Yeah. Justin Long is, sorry, I interrupted you there, but he eventually takes him, and then, the final scene.
The creeper has removed his skin, and you kind of see it through his. But I kind of like this part that the kind of gives him a little, just makes him a little more personable. He's just there sitting on his little stool, just working along, just kind of just living his own life right there. And
he's like the cobbler. Yeah, he just took the back. Doesn't he? Like he took the back of his head off or something, but then he took his eye because you're just looking through his eyes.
Yeah,
right. And he ate his
face.
But his. Why'd he take his eyes? Did he need to fix his own eyes? I thought the idea, why'd he take that other guy's guts and sew them back up? But he took Justin Long's eyes out. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. I don't know. There's other things to get stuck on than that. I'm not sure why I'm stuck on it. I think it was one of those things where like they couldn't do the ending that they wanted to do, so they needed a shocking ending. So instead of doing a big explosion, they got to do something disturbing.
Mm-hmm.
So they go, well, what would be disturbing? Eye stuff.
Eyeballs.
So they took his eyes out, but they're like, well, is that really that bad? And they're like, well, we'll also take the back of his head off so you could see right through where his eyes would be. Oh. And so it makes for this like shocking imagery of like like you said, the little cute twink boy with his eyes gone and back of his head gone. But it doesn't really hold true to what the creeper would necessarily do, or maybe it does. Who knows?
Yeah, it does, because it doesn't make any sense. Like there's so much lore and goofiness thrown at the wall, and they're saying that he eats things to rebuild when he's hurt.
Yeah,
but then like, does he? Because he eats like I think he's eating the guy's foot in the jail cell because his foot got run over by the car and detached. So that's how he regrows a foot, by eating somebody else's foot. But like, why waste? Why does he never just consume fully? Is it because he needs to have his sewn up friends to talk to? Is it
maybe Tuesday is just eyeball day?
Maybe
it could be,
Yeah, I think, and also just maybe consider that maybe the creeper doesn't know what he's doing either. Maybe he's just trying to feel his way through life, like a lot of us, and he's just
figuring it out like the rest of us.
He's doing the best he can. All right.
Again, a real 70 IQ fucking monster.
Yeah.
I don't know. I eat the eyes today. They're good.
Tuesday, it's eye day. Yeah. When I make it's Taco Tuesday. I put eyes in the tacos.
He's got 23 days here, and then he's done. So just let him have fun. God damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, this movie's got a real mixed tone to it. Like, it goes from like really dire and brutal to very silly to it's all up and down in terms of the tone, which I don't mind, because I like the kind of unpredictability of it, I guess. But I would say my biggest concern with this movie, not concern, biggest issue with it is just it kind of falls apart after the first like 20 minutes or so. Mm-hmm. And it has a real strong first 20 minutes. And there are a lot of movies in the genre movies especially, that I think, we've talked about this before, they have a long life and they have a cult following because they start fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like it's kind of like that old phenomenon of, like we talked about, it's got some of these movies have good, it's a good movie, but a shit title, so it doesn't have any legs.
Right.
This movie has a life and a franchise and a following because it starts fast and it's got a really intense first 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Even though the title, and I think one of the reasons why I didn't see this movie is because I just thought the title was fucking stupid. Like, why I didn't see it in 2001. Yeah. I was just like, that sounds fucking stupid. I'm not watching it.
It was supposed to be called like The Boogeyman Hunts at Night or some shit.
That would have been stupid too, and I wouldn't have watched it.
Yeah, so I'm paraphrasing, but it was, the original title was something about the Boogeyman.
Yeah.
But then they really leaned into this music thing with the song, which we didn't really get into, but
we kind of forgot about that.
Terrible, but
it's also dumb, weird. I'm kind of glad we ignored that part.
And that's the only reason that made the ending make sense. So I wonder if this is all a bunch of kept together with with tape and bubble gum, because he's like, okay, we have this thing about, in 2001, it's a fairly original idea to have like a kind of creepy oldie song, that wasn't played out yet.
Yeah, it wasn't in every trailer.
Yeah, so let's do a creepy old song and put it in there over the trailer. And then they went, well, we can't do the big slap bang finish we want to. We want to tie the song in more. We think that's a strong idea. So maybe we have at the end his eyes get taken out.
Where'd
and it does the whole peepers.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe I'm speculating.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? It just, for me, like when it came out, this was like a real precursor to like shit like the Bye Bye Man. I'm like, I'm not watching shit. It's called that. The Pee Pee Poo Poo Man.
Pee Pee Poo Poo Man. Yeah. Return of the Pee Pee Poo Poo Man.
Yeah. Here he comes, the Pee Pee Poo Poo Man in theaters. I'm not watching it.
The Bye Bye Man is maybe the worst title of a movie.
It's the worst fucking title.
So that's Jeepers Creepers. It was fun. I liked it. You don't need a genealogy tree to figure it out. And
you don't even need above 70 IQ.
No, you don't. Really, you don't. It's just a big, giant flying lizard man eating people, and it's fun. Okay,
it is. It is a fun movie. I've never disliked this movie. Like I said, I have kind of, not necessarily eager to champion it just because of the pedophilia involved with the production. But as a film, it's a serviceable horror movie with a memorable first 20 minutes.
Yeah, this is a real good movie to huff a bag of paint to.
Yeah,
because by the time you get deep into it, you're fucking gone. You're probably asleep. Who gives a shit?
Who gives a shit? Yeah. The second, I would say 30% of this movie is okay. All right. And then 70% is who gives a shit. Justin Long has become this genre darling, I would say, in recent years. Obviously Tusk is
Tusk,
wacky fucking genre movie that a lot of people like him in, but for every I think he just does a lot of movies. If for every Tusk and Barbarian, there's movie 43 and 4 Alvin and the Chipmunks movies. You know what I mean? So he's charming. He does a good job at obviously his big breakout was with Dodgeball. Yeah. So people were like, oh, he's cute. He's funny. He's he doesn't take himself too seriously. But he also if you do that many movies, you're gonna get some good ones in there.
Yeah.
I've actually heard people talk about him as he is this unsung genre actor hero that picks all these really interesting projects. I'm like, no, he just takes all projects, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I would say
just always works, which you never, of course you don't blame the guy for. You get a movie, somebody wants to put you in the fucking Alvin and Chipmunks movie and pay you $1 bajillion. Go do that fucking movie.
Yeah.
But
well, yeah. I think the case for him being a genre darling is, for the horror films at least, is because I think the only horror films he's done have been good ones or at least hits. So Jeepers Creepers,
wacky ones.
Yeah, Jeepers Creepers, Drag Me to Hell, Barbarian, and Tusk. They're all that. I'm looking at it and it seems like those are the only 4 horror movies he's done.
Really? Feels like a lot more than that.
Yeah,
was he in Galaxy Quest before Jeepers Creepers?
He was.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, he was also in House of Darkness, which I assume is a horror film. I didn't see, but
Never
it sounds
seen
like
House of Darkness. Isn't that the video game?
No, you're thinking of something else. You're thinking of House of the Dead,
House of the Dead,
or
maybe
Alone in the Dark.
Yeah, I think it just sounds like an amalgamation of horror video game titles.
It's very regular. But he takes a whole bunch of other films because he has so many fucking films I've never seen. I've only seen him in horror films and Kevin Smith films.
Yeah.
And that's it. In Galaxy Quest, I do like that.
Yeah.
But he just takes everything.
Yeah, listen, the guy's working. He's out there.
It's not
He's
a bad model.
No. He does a good job, and I think he does a good job, especially in contrast to Trish, who is fucking horrible.
Yeah, she's pretty bad. Yeah.
Her dialogue is so bad. Like I said, even when she's trying to look scared, she's really trying to be this super sexy, kind of. It's just
when she's
horrible.
Trying to sacrifice herself in lieu of dairy. I feel like that was really gross and bad, poorly done. It was.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, she's just a very obnoxious character, but the motivations get so muddied and twisted up. And it doesn't feel like anybody has a good character arc, because even Justin Long's character is pretty outset from the beginning that he's trying to save the people or at least investigate. So like,
but then he's also like an asshole a little bit.
He's a little bit of an asshole, but he doesn't change from that by the end of the film.
But like, it even amongst his like, you know, kind of I guess very mellow arc that he has, they kind of play him off to be the like reckless one. But in like when he blew through the stop sign. Do you remember that like scene? It was early on. It was
it's
dumb.
the first thing that happens is he blows through the stop sign. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, he doesn't give a fuck about anybody else. He's just an asshole out here driving out and just like, hey, fuck these country people. I'm just going to fucking blow through stop signs. But then he like puts his life on the line.
I got to go try and save these strangers that I don't even know. Maybe there's someone, but I'm probably not going to be able to get out. I'm still going to go try and check. Let's go see him.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a college age shithead to start the film. But it's within the first 10 minutes that he kind of like changes into a heroic-ish character.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's the fact that change happens so early, and then he doesn't really evolve much. He doesn't have to, because like now he's the good guy. But then Trish is just all over the fucking place. She's like panicky and in fear, but then also trying to sacrifice herself. Right? Yeah.
She's mean to her mom.
She's like being a bitch, but then also not being a bitch. And then sometimes she wants to run and fight. Sometimes she does. It doesn't. Yeah. I don't know. She's all over the goddamn map.
It is a genuinely poorly written and directed, I would say. Yeah. And it is the same guy who is also a pedophile. So all around, not a lot of positives for good old Victor Salva.
Oh, yeah, but still probably the best movie of this showdown. So
you know what?
Don't forget that.
And I'm going to take it back. I'm going to take back what I said about those couple shots that I like in the film.
Not
that I'm taking it back that I don't like them, but they're not Victor Salva's. They're the director of photography's. He set them up. That's how I see it.
That's how I would like to imagine that it happened.
Yeah. So I don't have to give any credit to a fucking child abuser.
Yeah.
Meg.
All right. Thanks a lot, Meg.
Meg. I tried my best. Let the record show.
All right. Steve.
Next.
Midnight meat train.
I'm excited for this one.
Start a chant.
Hell
by
yeah.
yourself.
Hell yes. This movie rules. I know you've been saying some little under the breath backhanded comment, or
at least they were under the breath. Everyone else has talked about my movie out and loud and
well, it's a bad movie. I didn't like having to watch that in
Midnight Meat Train. I got some shit to say about this too.
I'm sure you do, and I know one of them is your complaints about the CGI, and I think
that's just surface level. You know I'm going to hate that.
I know you're going to hate that, but it's bad. It's not like they don't have great practicals happening as well. They were trying.
They were just trying. Yeah,
they were
doing 2008 shit.
Exactly. It's Lionsgate. It's 2008. They're gonna do Lionsgate 2008 shit.
Yeah, I know. That doesn't mean I have to like it.
I know you don't have to like it, but you just have to.
Also, they took a Clive Barker story and they. Anyway, I'll wait. I will restrain my comments until we get into the plot.
Yeah, you guys won't believe this, but I love this movie too. This was fun.
It is fun. It is really a fun movie. I've seen this movie. I think this is the third time I've seen it.
Yeah, I think it's the third time I've seen it too. Yeah. I actually didn't like it the first time I saw it, but I don't know what it was. Just rewatching it, because I rewatched it within the past 10 years, and I liked it. And I was like, oh, I thought I hated this movie. And I think also I maybe was confusing it with Wes Craven's They, which I still hate.
Yeah, I saw this in when it came out, I think in college, and then I saw it really just during COVID, I think, and Kate had watched it, and I had just seen it, like I said, within the last probably 3 years. And Kate and I watched it, and then we were watching it again, and she was like half paying attention on the couch, and she was like, I can't remember how this movie ends, but I fucking saw this movie. Like, and she was just like, is this Bradley Cooper? I was like, yeah. She's like, oh, fuck, I remember this. But she couldn't remember how it ended. And I couldn't fully remember how it ended either. So anyway.
Yeah. So the movie, just a little background on it. Like you said, it's based off a Clive Barker short story. And it was written by Jeff Bueller. He has an interesting credit line. He is the writer of the Studio 666, which just came out. The Dave Grohl horror film, the Foo Fighters horror film.
I haven't seen that yet.
He was the writer of that, but also he seems to be the go-to guy for any kind of remake and property, because he also wrote the script for the Pet Sematary, Jacob's Ladder, and Grudge remakes.
Wow. So
that all came out within the past 5 years.
There is I feel like there is an entire like subsect of the industry that just hangs around and tries to attach themselves to like licensed properties like that, from like Stephen King, Clive Barker, Wes Craven, whoever else. I feel like there is a script team, there is a production team that just kind of knows how to adapt stories, literature, in a serviceable way, and that's just what they work on.
Yeah, just from reading his credits list, he seems to do a lot more adaptation than not. But he's just kind of a hired gun. But that's okay. The director, though, is Ryuhei Kitamura, and he is. I think I made mention of how he's kind of pushed a little bit as like a Takashi Miike. People saw like similar things with the way he makes films, and they're like, oh, we can get our own Takashi Miike for our studio. It was maybe a Lionsgate thought that they had.
Yeah.
But he directed a film, Versus. A lot of his films are much more in the action rather than horror, but he still does some horror stuff. So like Versus is probably the big one he hit the scene with in 2000. He did Godzilla Final Wars in 2004, and then Midnight Meat Train. And then also he has like a segment in Nightmare Cinema, which came out a couple years ago, like 5 years ago. Yeah. He has a segment in Nightmare Cinema and directed the Lupin the Third live action.
Huh.
So yeah, he's kind of all over the place, but so was Takashi Miike. He does.
Yeah, he. If I recall, I looked through an IMDb a little bit. He's not really doing a whole lot these days. Is that accurate?
No. No. He does not work nearly as much. But he had a couple movies come out 2022. He had The Price We Pay, which seems to be a horror film. And that was the most recent horror film.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But, I think he does some good stuff. And part of what makes me like this film now is like you can tell there's a real non-American sensibility to this film and how mean-spirited it is.
It is very mean-spirited. It does feel like a little bit of the edges are kind of scraped off until the very end. I'd be surprised if, and I've not read the story, and I know it's a Clive Barker story, which I think is the same title, right?
See, I read that this was originally supposed to be a Candyman sequel.
Oh, okay. I think the Clive Barker story is called The Midnight Meat Train.
It might be.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But it is one of those movies that like is the inverse of what we talked about before, where you get like a good movie with a bad title that nobody pays attention to. I think this is like a mediocre movie with a really awesome title.
I think the title definitely outpaces the short story is the same name.
Yeah, it writes the title writes a check that's ass couldn't cash. Let's put it that way.
I think
except for the last 5 minutes, it's fucking awesome. Last 5 minutes is amazing.
Yeah, I think they do. I think they do pretty good before the last 5 minutes. I think there's a lot of good gore that happens in it, even though it's mixed in with the stuff that you hate, stuff that upsets you.
Fucking bad. I hate it.
Yeah,
but
they definitely.
It should have been called The Midnight Meat Train. Welcome to 2008, motherfucker. Like that would have been the fucking title. That would have been
Colon down with the sickness.
Colon, we are all very much down with the sickness.
Yeah. So, and I think maybe one of the other shortcomings of this film is something we talked about. Something we talked about with Renfield, about how Renfield was so fast paced just to get to A to B. Like, even I don't think this film spends a lot of time on any one thing. So you kind of like, I feel like I would want to see more about the conspiracy, but they just don't let that breathe. They don't give it time.
Well, they give the freaking Bradley Cooper's career too much time.
A little bit, yeah.
It's just, and it's because fucking Brooke Shields is in that scene. Like, they got to build up to this Brooke Shields scene because they paid Brooke Shields to be in this fucking movie. So you got to build that up. But it's like, I don't care about fucking rich white guy wannabe photographer living in obviously in an unbelievable apartment in Manhattan.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is a struggling photographer that
and a diner waitress, please.
Yeah. Who's paying for that fucking apartment? And then also, like, he tries
rent controlled.
He tries to slum it for some like urban tourism as a career. Like, I'm gonna go hang around poor people and take their picture. Like, it's just pretty fucking tone deaf. I know it's 2008, but like, nobody wants Bradley Cooper's character to win here. And I don't give a fuck about his career, that's for sure.
No. Yeah. He's definitely like a proto hipster is what he is. Is like he's somehow living far beyond his means, which means he probably is a trust fund baby, and they just never explore that.
Who's paying for this? Go back to fucking Wall Street, because that's what you were doing before you decided you wanted to pursue your passion of photography,
right?
And bought your first fucking camera. But he eats tofu and he hangs around with artsy types and stuff,
right? But he's always and he's also hanging out in the diner all the time, you know, like rather than a coffee shop, he's hanging out in a diner. So yeah, he's definitely like a proto hipster, and from
toxic white dude wannabe photographer.
Yeah, and from everything we can tell, like, he's actually not good at photography. He gets 1 or 2 lucky shots of the gang assaulting the woman.
Yeah.
And the woman also happens to be a model, so it makes it look better.
Like, if you hang around long enough and just point a camera at things, something's going to happen at some point. That doesn't mean you're a good photographer.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, we have full proof of that now in 2023 with all the fucking content that's on the goddamn internet. You just have to point your camera. Eventually you get something good. Yeah. You know, we just don't see all the fucking nonsense bullshit looking at your feet.
Well, and especially the type of, and first of all, he's using a film camera.
Right.
And he's just snapping.
Yeah.
Just snapping.
Just going to town. Getting them pictures off. He doesn't even have like an auto shutter, so he's got to go to town.
Yeah.
But so just a quick follow of the plot. It starts with a guy waking up on a subway train, and he wakes up and slips and falls in the blood. There's a whole bunch of blood on the train. Oh no, blood on the train.
Reflective blood, like a near surface blood.
Yeah, very shiny. But the guy in this scene is the director of Crank.
Huh. Welcome to 2008.
Yeah. 2007. That's Crank came out before this. Or 2006, I think. But either way, yeah.
Welcome to college. They're popped collars on the set all over the place.
Yeah. It's Brian Taylor, co-director of Crank, and Ghost Rider Spirit of Vengeance starring Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, what's with all the, I mean, Sam Raimi shows up later. Like, what's
Ted
with
Raimi.
all the, or Ted Raimi, I mean, shows up later. What's with all the like little Easter egg things like that? I don't know. Somebody must have been, I mean, it's a Lionsgate movie.
Yeah.
You know, there was connections there, but
fun.
One, it's Lionsgate, and I bet it's just also because everybody was a big fan of Versus and Godzilla Final Wars. They're like, oh, I can work with this guy. So, but he slips into blood, wakes up, sees that there's somebody on the other side of another train car, and he's doing some butching. He's doing a little bit of butching in that car. And then, you get the title card, Midnight Meat Train, Fast and the Furious, Too Fast, Too Furious.
Too Fast, Too Furious. Ooh, wow.
But yeah, we've already mentioned how we're introduced to Bradley Cooper. He's a struggling photographer. And, he's out taking pictures, trying to get, land that big showing, the big gallery show. But, he stinks. So he's got a normie core girlfriend who's working at a diner. With the boss / owner of the diner, who they are all very close friends with. So it's a friends like a situation, right?
But a little grittier. And he's like the most stereotypical, like, New York Jew working at a diner ever.
Right. Yeah.
Like,
yeah, it's very much a sitcom with the Saw filter. The Saw lookup table and fucking plastered over it.
Get that tofu off my griddle. No way.
I'm going to have my tofu in your disgusting grease and you blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's a lot. It's just a lot of sitcom-y dialogue in that way.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's a real sitcom and everything, but kind of the inciting incident is one night Bradley Cooper is out on the streets looking for the mean streets of New York, which actually haven't really existed in a while because this is a post 9/11 world.
Yeah.
So
well,
Giuliani's already
up at one point.
Yeah. Yeah, Giuliani's cleaned it up already. There's nothing left for you to find.
Well, you can't find a lot of gritty shots at the M&M store.
No. So, but he does.
Bubblegum Shrimp Company's not getting, not a lot of sketchy character.
There's a lot of drama and character to the Bubblegum Shrimp Company.
Yeah.
I saw guys taking smoke break from serving popcorn shrimp.
Hanging out behind the Lego store, yeah.
Right. But no, Bradley Cooper he follows a woman who is also being followed by some street toughs, and he follows them into a subway, and they start attacking the woman, and he starts snapping off pictures, and he convinces them. He's like, "Oh, I got you on camera, and now I got you on a double camera because there's a security camera right here. That's two cameras. You're all on camera." And they back off.
They're dressed they are dressed too stylishly to be I don't know, a person who is just about to just rape a person in the middle of a train station. I don't think that they would then be that concerned about beating the shit out of this guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It just felt a little whatever. I get it. They're trying to add tension and all this stuff. And that's how he gets his dangerous shot that Brooke Shields tells him to get or whatever. He's also in like the nicest train station ever.
I know. The stairwell down to that thing is just beautiful.
Yeah. It looked like the train station in Paris.
Yes.
Like you could eat off the fucking ground. Not a grime. There are grimy ass train stations in New York, and that wasn't one of them.
That's part of Giuliani's cleanup plan.
Yeah, I guess.
But yeah, so the street toughs back off, and he leaves, and the model gets on the train.
Well, she gives him a sexy kiss first.
Yeah.
So, because that's why she deserves it.
Right.
This is a real problematic movie, is what I'm trying to say. She dresses kind of sexy, is gonna get raped. He saves her. She gives him a sexy kiss. So she kind of deserves getting her head bashed in, right, movie? Like, that's kind of what the movie is trying to tell us.
Right, audience?
And her name is like Sakaki or something.
No, her name's Erica. You're just making
they said her name was like, her last name, I think he literally said Sakaki. Go back and look it up. I swear to God. I didn't make that up. That was something I wrote down.
Damn it. It is.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's Erica Sakaki.
This movie is problematic.
I'm not saying it's not problematic. I just didn't I didn't think about that part, but yeah. Yeah, her name is Sakaki. I hope that means something else in Japanese, and it's just an unfortunate coincidence. And it's not like this writer.
Well, didn't they even they kind of alluded to the fact that she was like an adult model?
I think they just meant model.
Yeah. I didn't get a porn vibe from that.
Yeah.
I took it as she deserved it, and that's why we shouldn't feel bad.
Oh.
That's kind of like how the movie seemed to be telling me about the sexy. Otherwise, why does she give him a sexy kiss? But who almost gets raped and then is like, let me give this guy a sexy kiss for thank you for making me not get raped. You know, it felt very not cool.
Yeah. Nobody would react that way.
Right.
It's, I don't know. It's sexy 2008 movie.
I guess.
Everything's sexy. Everything is grimy and sexy.
Everything's sweaty and stinky and sexy.
Yeah. But yes, she gets on the train and she gets on the midnight meat train and she gets her head bashed in. Mm-hmm. And then that's our inciting incident. It's because Bradley Cooper finds that he has taken pictures of this incident and he sees the hand of the butcher on the train. And then
wait, do we establish that this is New York?
I think so.
Or I think it's Philadelphia, actually.
Is it Philadelphia?
I don't know.
Because remember, he's the diner is like a cheesesteak. He makes cheesesteaks.
Oh,
he was talking about Philly cheesesteaks.
Yeah, you can make cheesesteaks in New York.
You could.
Sometimes people can move from, because I mean, it was shot in L.A. So I don't know I'm pretty sure they're trying to go for New York on this.
I took it as they were going to New York, but I don't know.
Yeah. Because the Quentin Rampage Jackson is dressed as, and his character name is Guardian Angel, which was a real 80s New York thing. Was like the Guardian Angel. So I'm pretty sure that's why I always assumed it was New York.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I just wanted to bring that up now that I've brought Rampage up. I think my movie qualifies as not just as a twofer before they were stars, but as a threefer.
For sure.
Because we have Bradley Cooper, wasn't The Hangover hit in 2009.
Right.
His normie girlfriend is Leslie Bibb, she's become a pretty big name. She's in the Marvel universe.
But she was in stuff before this. I would say she was even a bigger star than he was at this point.
I wouldn't know. I actually don't recognize her. And then Rampage.
Wasn't she on some MTV show or something? I don't know.
Maybe
I'm imagining that.
Just making shit up.
I'm just making. No, but like I feel like I remember her from before this. I don't know. Anyway,
it's possible. I mean, I recognized her from Iron Man.
Yeah, she was already in Talladega Nights at this point.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
She was already in the giant, because she played Will Ferrell's wife in Talladega Nights.
Yeah, she did. Never mind. No, okay, so it doesn't count for her, but I'm still going to say twofer because even though Rampage was huge in the UFC at this point, which is why he was cast, he wasn't a big movie star because that didn't happen.
He's never a big movie star.
He had 1 year of big movie star, which was 2010. When he starred as B.A. Baracus in the A-Team movie with Bradley Cooper.
God, it's so fucking bad. I do want to say a little connection here in a couple instances. Leslie Bibb is actually a real legit great kind of genre darling in my mind. I mean, she was in Trick or Treat. She's been in a bunch of shit. But she was also in movie 43. So with our friend Justin Long.
Yeah. So there you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was anybody from Halloween 6 in movie 43?
Probably
not.
There are a lot of people there's a lot of people who would like to forget that they were in movie 43, but actually were in movie 43. God, there are so many people in it. Holy shit.
That is one of the most baffling films ever made.
Do you want to hear just the first few? I know this is completely off topic, but you guys are going to shit your pants. The first people these were all people in movie 43. Chloe Grace Moretz, Jeremy Allen White, Hugh Jackman, Kate Winslet, Christopher Mintz-Plasse or whatever, the guy, he played McLovin.
Right.
Emma Stone, Elizabeth Banks, Chris Pratt, Halle Berry, Anna Faris, Kristen Bell, Stephen Merchant, Bob Odenkirk, Gerard Butler, Dennis Quaid. These are all movie 43.
How did they all get tricked?
Naomi Watts. They literally all got duped into the exact same thing. Leslie Bibb, we talked about. Justin Long, Liv Schreiber, Uma Thurman. Like, this is it's insane. Jason Sudeikis. It just goes on. And Richard Gere, Patrick Warburton.
Did you say Gerard Butler?
Yeah. Sean William Scott, Johnny Knoxville, Seth MacFarlane. Oh my God, there's so many more. This movie, I just can't believe it fucking exists. Juliana Moore, JB Smooth, Common. Like, I can't believe this movie exists.
Why would you all be a part of that?
We need to do just a complete separate podcast on Movie 43, an entire series.
Coming to the Patreon, pay for that.
Yeah.
But
all right, sorry, I went off on quite a tangent.
That's okay. It's a shitty movie, and it's crazy that it exists. But
I gotta see. I don't think I've ever seen it. I gotta watch that.
Oh, it's dog shit, and I'm sure
it's 2013, and the whole time you're going to be sitting there going, "This movie's only 10 years old."
Yeah, I can't imagine it's aged any better in 10 years.
No,
I
probably haven't watched it I think I watched it once 8 years ago, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, how does this exist?
Back to the Midnight Me Train, and not on Movie 43. We have a scene of Bradley Cooper, and he's dreaming about the train. He's yearning for the train. He yearns for the train and the midnight and the
sure
meat.
Does.
I'm not quite sure if this is just like because he's destined for what he's destined for, that he can't get it out of his head. And I think that's what it is like he has a destiny, but he yearns for the train. And that sends
is it like a lineage thing? Is it like he's been infected with this thought? Like, of course, it's never explained. And the ending is such a insane left turn that it's you never know.
Yeah,
there's absolutely no way of telling.
Yeah. I think you can just kind of take it as a destiny thing, but yeah, his yearning for the train sends him out into the night to take pictures again.
I would say like his curiosity.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like him. Yeah, it's not like a spiritual destiny thing as much as just like, oh, they just wait for people who get that connect. But then you also have to have some very specific physical attributes apparently to do this job. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just happens. You know, it's one of those coincidences that it'll happen to you, but you are a specific person of a specific type that will find it.
Yeah, because we're led to believe too that the current midnight train guy, whatever, Mahogany, what's his name?
Yeah, Mahogany.
Midnight train guy, you got it.
Midnight train guy.
He's kind of towards the end of his line here. Like he's kind of he's losing his touch. And they're looking for someone.
He's got lesions. He's got
barnacles.
I about the lesions.
He's got barnacles.
He's got barnacles.
Old train. They call him train barnacles.
Those are so gross.
Yeah, he's got subway barnacles that he's got to scrape off for like an old boat.
That's such an unnecessary scene.
It's so great though.
It's so gross.
Look like little ears growing on his back.
Well, I was just remember there. Like I remember one time we had I was baking cookies with my kids. It was just like one of these. Like my wife was working late one night, I think, and we were just like, "Hey, let's do something." We were baking cookies, and we didn't have any like icing or anything, right? And I was like, "Oh, we don't have it. You know, we can make some." And they were like, "Oh, what if we put marshmallows on them and they like melt?" So I put marshmallows and sprinkles on some, and they just half melted, just look like nipples on top of the cookies. And then the ones with chocolate sprinkles just look like hairy nipples. But then the way the nipples are there, that is what I was imagining he was cutting off himself. These little like half of a miniature marshmallow that's melted onto his body.
I thought you were gonna say like the marshmallows caved in and caused like a recess in a cavity.
No, it wasn't even that cool.
Yeah,
it just half melted.
Yeah. But Leo's out on the streets. He's taking pictures of homeless people, as most, proto-photogs do. Homeless, that means like strife. That means drama. Everybody's going to love this. But he comes across the butcher. The butcher's getting off his train schedule. And he sees him, and he's an interesting character to see in the middle of the fucking night. A guy in a up and down suit with a giant attaché case walking around in the middle of a bad neighborhood. So Bradley Cooper starts following him, and then he gets grabbed up by the shirt collar like a punk.
Yeah.
But this is where he notices the nautical star ring or whatever, just the symbol it is.
Yeah.
And that's how he starts piecing it together. He's like, oh, that guy was on the train that the model was on. And he starts following him, and he gets obsessed. And he gets obsessed with the trains and the midnight and the meat. And he starts following him. Starts following him to his butcher job because he is
real
also
midnight meat guy.
Yeah, real midnight meat guy. But yeah, it leads him on this conspiracy theory. He's going all over the place. He's finding him at the butchery, the meat packing plant. He's watching him do butcher jobs, and he's taking creep shots of him. Like, yeah, you cutting that meat?
You cutting that meat, big boy?
Cutting that meat, big boy. But we're also getting just victims of the meat train to kind of illustrate exactly how brutal the butcher is and how uncaring.
His main go-to weapon is a tenderizing hammer, right? I mean, that's the first blow he brings every time. It's just a hammer to the head.
Yeah, just a big old dang old hammer.
Oh,
He's
man.
Classic Thor stuff.
See, that's more of a mallet, you guys. That's not a hammer. That's not a Thor. Don't Thor it up. Don't Thor it up, you dorks.
He's Thor. He throws it later, just like Thor.
He does throw it later. And he gets Leslie Bibb or whatever her name is.
Yeah.
And she's like, ow. He just knocks her down with it as she's running away.
It's her right in the back. At least you can appreciate, Brian, that they didn't do the CGI shot of the hammer spinning through the air.
Yes.
I am actually surprised they didn't.
I know. It
feels like something that ended up on the cutting room floor or something.
And they hit her with like a proper rubber mallet right in the back.
Ow.
But yeah, so we get this scene with Ted Raimi and another couple, and they're on their way home, but the midnight meat train is taking them elsewhere, and they don't know it. And I know Brian hates this, but I kind of like it. Ted Raimi gets smashed in the back of the head with the mallet, and his eyeball comes popping out. And I like it because it's an Evil Dead 2 reference. It's a reference. Yes, it's a reference. Ted Raimi played Henrietta in Evil Dead 2.
Okay. Yeah,
and there's a scene in which Bruce Campbell jumps on the trapdoor that pushes her eyeball out into somebody's mouth. And I think it's a reference to that. And even though it's done in this gloop gloppy bad CGI, it's very fun. And then you get plenty of other practical effects within this scene. Like the decapitation with the camera roll is great. And then like it's a real head with a body prosthetic puppet.
Yeah, the head was good. Them keep doing the POV shots of the victims, like the one where he cuts. You are the victim whose throat's being cut when you're hanging upside down, and then all the blood just comes out as a weird sheath of glowing, like shiny blood. It's like it's horrible. It's absolutely atrocious. But the other thing that's maybe even more offensive to me is the fact that they keep assuming that New York or even Philadelphia, depending on where this is set, we haven't established yet, commuters are this ill-equipped to deal with slippery surfaces. I just refuse to believe it. Like every time they touch a drop of blood, they're like, whoop,
on the ground.
They're just on the ground, sliding and slipping around. It's like, come on. This is the third most slippery thing they've stepped in that day.
It's not wintertime, so they don't have their grippy shoes on.
I guess it's a lot. You could almost say that it's like his number one weapon. It's just like
clumsiness.
He is Macaulay Culkin. No, he's like, he doesn't put down micro machines. He just puts down a sheet of super slippery blood.
Well, maybe he's doing that as part of his prep. You don't know. He's coming from the meat factory. He's got a whole bunch of tallow that he rubs up and down the train before people get on. And people just are like, oh, yeah, there's something slimy all over this train. They're okay with that.
He's got crew shoes on and nobody else does.
Right.
So everyone else is slipping and sliding.
Yeah. He's got it.
Listen, as somebody who has worked on the grill line at Bob Evans, there's no slipperier place. It's not like you're on ice.
Right.
But apparently with this it is.
I mean, hey, he's got his grippy shoes. They probably have steel toes because you have to wear those in the plant as well. So
I'm sure you do.
He's prepped, but and just another. Even though again, the hammer to the back of Ted Raimi's head is, all CGI. They also do a pretty good splice cut. The third guy in this scene is holding on to his leg, and he does a hammer swing back and hits him in the face. And it's a pretty quick cut, but it's like it's a practical dummy that he just fucking hammers right in the face. It's good. If you can look past the bad, there's a lot of good.
Yeah, I like it.
The blinking eye, on the decapitated head was good, I thought. Yeah.
So this is where they really established the brutality of the butcher. So you know that Bradley Cooper shouldn't be following him around. But Bradley Cooper he's trying to be an investigative journalist now. He's given up his photography and he's going to be an investigator. Yeah. He tries to take his
bounce around.
Yeah. He's a trust fund baby. He can do as he please.
Yeah. He eats ass in the diner. He does whatever he wants.
Hell yes, he does.
Oh yeah.
We haven't gotten that far.
We haven't got that far. Yeah, but it's definitely a note I have that this is where all the ass eating of now comes from.
It all is instinctual.
Yeah.
It's all just based on osmosis of your parents saw this movie, and then that's why this generation is so into eating ass, I guess.
Millennials saw her getting eaten from the back.
Guys, wait, it's too soon. We're not there.
I know we're not there, but we're just saying it's just what happens. We can jump around.
Jump around.
We can jump around. It's what happens. But so
House
Bradley
of Pain, jump around. That was what they called the creepers thing. House of Pain. It's all coming full circle.
Yeah, right? That was his House of Pain.
Yeah. How did she know he calls it his House of Pain? Because he never speaks. What the fuck?
She saw it in her mind's eye.
I forgot to bring up that was one of the stupider parts.
It was.
He calls it his House of Pain.
He never calls anything.
He doesn't speak.
He literally doesn't call anything.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, but I got to say it. I did look. I read that he did have one speaking line in that movie, and it was cut out.
Oh, great!
They cut it.
What did he say? Give me those peepers.
He said, "Ouch, my wing," and they were like, "Oh, that doesn't make a lot of sense. That's not great."
Ouch, my wing. Owie.
Owie.
Ow, you're on my wing. You're on my wing. You're on my wing.
Whoa.
Ow, 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 ow.
Just didn't really fit the character at all.
I know. Ow, 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 ow.
Yes, but Bradley Cooper brings his photos to the police. The police obviously don't believe him because he sounds like a crazy person. And then they also kind of are like, well, why are you taking creep shots of this woman? Huh?
Right.
Yeah, pervert. He's like, I'm not pervert. Going home.
No, I'm not. I'm white.
White. You don't get to talk to me like that.
The subtext of everything in this is, I'm just a white guy, and you got to listen to me and believe me, and I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, I'm telling you what's what. You don't talk to me like that. I'm a white guy.
Why don't you talk to me? I'm a white guy. Well, did we get to the place where I know we talked about Rampage in this, but we get to talk about ultimately what happened to Rampage?
No, we didn't get to that. We can go to there now because I'm pretty sure that's. I mean, because
that's right before the ass eating, pretty much anyway.
Yeah,
right?
It's right before the ass eating.
I want to get to the ass eating.
I would prefer to get to the ass eating.
We're back on the train again, and Rampage is kind of just boo-bopping around, being a cool guy, being a guardian angel. He's done his job cleaning up the train.
He's got a sick members-only jacket. He's got a beret.
I remember that. Yeah.
He's got the beret on. And this is where we kind of learn about how like the butcher is falling apart because he tries to fight Quentin Rampage Jackson. And even when you have a hammer, that's, kind of hard. He's a tough dude. But yeah, he hits Rampage and then like he stuns himself. He hits him so hard because he starts spitting up blood. He's like, oh, wow.
Yeah, that's where I was confused of. Like, where did that blood come from?
He's just dying.
Where?
Yeah, well, he's just dying.
He's just dying
right.
of. I took it as he had like cancer lesions and stuff. Like I took it as he is like has some sort of debilitating illness that is killing him.
Yeah, he has old ones cancer from hanging around the fucking creatures of the night.
Yeah. He's got Lovecraftian cancer.
Yeah,
as one gets.
Yeah.
I got HP. I got stage 4 HP.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
well, why are you keeping all those legions, my dude? Like, throw them in the trash. That's a lot of jars.
Yeah, that's
a lot of jars.
You live in a pretty small, like, New York or Philadelphia apartment. You need the cabinet space.
Yeah, I don't understand the hoarding.
Keep your legions in there. Yeah.
Why are you hoarding your barnacles?
Yeah.
Are they currency?
Well, it's but then everything else in there, because doesn't he have like eyes and shit? Like, it almost feels like he's got trophies in there.
Yeah.
But then he also keeps his little pickled barnacles. He puts them in like
yeah.
It
So
looks like he puts them in the stuff that barbers put their combs in. You know.
Yeah. So I mean, you see part of the preparation of the bodies before. I mean, the giveaway is like the bodies are being fed to monsters underground. So you see in his preparation, like, that he removes all the teeth and eyes from the bodies. I guess they're hard to digest.
And all that shit.
I guess they're hard to digest. So they're not, they're not in the monster's diet. You got to take them out. Yeah. And then he just keeps those as trophies for himself. Just as a reminder of like, yeah, man, I'm the midnight meat train butcher.
I'm the midnight meat train guy.
That's me.
Still got it.
I'm the train guy.
Train guy, still got it. Do you wonder if he's like a descendant from Sir Topham Hatt or something? Anyway, but they then the reveal that there is something going on beyond just a serial killer is revealed in the death of Rampage.
Yeah, is in the death of Rampage, because Rampage is getting the better of the Butcher, because he's having his little attack or whatever, and
as Rampage should.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, he should. I'm
if
surprised.
Anyone can, it's him.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't fucking powerbomb him at some point during this fight. But
yeah,
because I mean that was always the hallmark of anytime you brought in like a UFC or a WWE guy into a movie, you had to have them do their signature move. Like
somebody was if Goldberg was showing up, somebody was getting speared.
Right.
Yeah.
If you're in Walking Tall, The Rock was throwing rock bottoms everywhere. It happens. Yep. But you have the conductor of the train. He hears this fight going on, and he gets up from his station, leaves the cabin, and goes into the train itself, and you get Rampage getting his eye shot out by the conductor, which now it makes sense as to why you can always murder people on the train and somebody's driving the train. Oh, it's because he's in on it. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a good thing to point out early on, because it becomes like the first couple murders you see happen and you go, how does he get away with this? Isn't there somebody driving the train, driving it to its end? You know, you can assume that they're in on it, but like this just confirms it and just cleans that up. You don't have to fucking think too much about it anymore until it comes up at the end. But yeah, we're back to Bradley Cooper, and he is in the diner eating ass.
Yeah. He's starting to devolve here.
Yeah.
Things are happening. He's starting to lose his mind a little bit. He's becoming a real shitbag to his girlfriend. And then he just shows up at the diner one night and is like, we're going to have some just really aggressive sex in this diner that starts with me just getting a big old plate of ass right now.
Just big old, I'm eating it from the back and that's taking it on mine.
Yeah. It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot, because there was really they had some romantic scenes earlier where they're talking about like, oh, I get you all to myself for an hour.
Right.
It's like very whatever.
Yeah, that's right.
And then he's like, throws her over the counter and starts just munching, going Pac-Man on her.
Yeah. And again, like I've said it a couple times already, but like she, Maya is the character's name. She is normie core. Like she is a live, laugh, love girlfriend is what she is. Like
live, laugh, love girlfriend. Yes.
You know,
I don't know, man. She took that ass eaten pretty well.
Oh yeah, no, it surprised her, but like it's never happened before either.
No, definitely not.
Like this was a first time situation. Yeah. But also maybe not, because their relationship doesn't make any sense on any level, really. Even his like spiral, quote unquote spiral, which this isn't really necessarily part of the spiral, but this is like I don't know. Well,
it's like tapping into a different part of himself. Like this whole midnight meat train thing. This butcher is kind of like
getting under his skin somewhere,
transforming into something else.
Well, and then ultimately he spirals to a point where he's like an emotional disaster. And then at the one point when he comes home, like even before. Obviously, we haven't gotten this far, but eventually he comes home and he's got the stuff carved in his chest and all that shit. But even before that, when she comes home, or he comes home,
she comes home to find that he's done a fucking red string pinup board.
That's right. That's right. But then like she's crying, and then she starts getting naked and wanting him to take pictures.
Yeah, that was weird.
But he's like struggling to take the pictures, not struggling to get in the mood, struggling to physically take the pictures, which doesn't make any sense. Yeah. But then so their his spiral, I guess what I'm getting at is like the whole spiral feels very unearned.
It's really rushed.
Their relationship's very unnatural.
Yeah, I think the spiral's really rushed. I think again the relationship makes sense from the standpoint that he's a trust fund kid, because then she's just a live, laugh, love girlfriend with a boyfriend that's gonna inherit money. And like he's arty. She gets to say she has an artist boyfriend, but also she has a boyfriend with money. So she doesn't have many cares in the world. Her only cares come up when he starts being weird. And like those kind of girls can't handle weird. It upsets them. It makes them cry. They don't, like if this movie existed in her world, she would not watch this movie. It upsets her and makes her cry. She doesn't like that.
Also, she's like, well, you seem to be really upset. Can maybe if we do sex, that'll help.
Right.
Like,
well, I mean, how many tricks in her bag does she have? Like,
yeah.
I'm just going to take my shirt off real quick.
Yeah. And it seemed like that was how she was going to solve it. So that was my thing, is like, is that how it's happening? Or is it more like they have a really weird, like ultra aggressive, not even aggressive. I mean, it's aggressive when they're eating ass in the diner and all that stuff, but do they just have a really weird sexual dynamic? I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's more of, they just have a really superficial relationship. And like the only thing she knows how to do is, pussy.
I guess maybe. Yeah.
Pussy better? No.
I got nothing.
I'm gonna cry about it now.
That's it.
I'll fuck this up.
Now I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry about it.
We'll cry about this. I'll fuck this up.
All right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But what? Okay. This is a little bit of a side thing. This is another on the topic of things that I didn't understand. Why did Mahogany buy the candy? Why did he buy the candy bar?
Because it wasn't time to kill.
A gentleman at that time.
I know, but why doesn't he just say "get lost, fuckers"?
Because he has his tongue cut out and he can't say anything.
Oh, that's true.
Right, he doesn't have a tongue.
But he undoubtedly has conversations with other people.
No, he doesn't.
Not conversations. Interactions is what I meant.
Yeah, he has
interactions with other people, and he deals with it. And I don't know. I just thought that was a weird, out of character moment that I'm like, it's set up to be a. Is he going to kill these two kids?
It's set up to be like a little bit of levity.
He just goes $1. Here's $1.
Yeah.
And it's just, I don't know.
It's supposed to just be like a little bit of levity, for all the other fucking terrible violence that's happening. Because there really isn't much levity elsewhere, unless you're counting the sex scene. You're like, little sex?
The levity is actually two really great actors, which is the guy. I don't have it up in front of me. Jorgis or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah.
Who he's like a guy who I didn't even know his name. I had to look it up, and I'm like, what do I know this guy from? I definitely know him. he's great. Roger Bart is his name. He plays Jurgis. And then
this is the guy that referred Bradley Cooper to Brooke Shields.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then Peter Jacobson, who plays Otto, who's the guy who owns the diner. These are both people who have been in a lot of TV and movies throughout the years, and you would know their faces immediately, but they haven't really played any humongous roles, I would say. Like, they're in a lot of good movies, but like they don't necessarily play humongous roles in a lot of them.
I think most people would recognize Peter Jacobson from House. He was
yeah, that's what I say. I've never watched House, but that's the first thing that comes up in the stuff you would know him from.
And he's a pretty fun character on that show.
I just remember he was in As Good as It Gets.
Okay.
With Jack Nicholson.
Yeah. But yeah, they're both character actors, and you see them pop up a lot in both TV and film. So yeah. But yeah. So yeah, they also provide a little bit of the levity as well. They're jokey, but they're in very few scenes.
He also pops up occasionally in a Hallmark Christmas movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Peter Jacobson does.
Oh, okay. I've never watched it.
Wait, you never saw like A Very Cozy Christmas or some shit? I don't know. That's what he's in.
I know.
He's in this. He's in this.
I watch House. And then I watch House again.
I've never watched House. I'm not even going to get on the topic of House, but everyone says how great it is. And I'm like, that character seems super annoying.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey,
it's like a know-it-all dick.
Yes. I mean, it's essentially, it is a Sherlock adaptation, but it's a Sherlock adaptation for medical school. So he's Sherlock, but he's a fucking dickhead. So yeah. It's like
what's the guy from? He's a little bit more funny, but the guy who plays Dr. Cox in Scrubs.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He's just fucking annoying. Like, he's not funny. He's just a dick, an annoying dick.
I don't know. Dr. House is pretty funny. He's not as cartoony as Dr. Cox is.
Well, that's why I like Dr. Cox. Right. At least it's cartoony.
Yeah,
so you're
like, he's just too over the top.
No one would actually talk about that. It's a cartoon. The whole show is a cartoon.
Right.
It's all Looney Tunes bits.
Yeah. But yeah. Where are we at now? Let's see. People have been killed. Bradley Cooper is losing his mind. He's going down the conspiracy route, and I wish they expanded more. This is where I wish they had more of the time spent of him like trying to piece together a conspiracy, because that's what ultimately winds up being revealed. Because you have the train station agent, you have at one point he's following the butcher into the subway and he's taking pictures of him, and a cop stops him to
that's right
to take and he takes the film out of his camera, essentially
he Patriarchs the shit out of him.
Yeah. And so, like, you can assume that I don't think they ever like say it out front, but like you can assume that
we're assuming that's part of the cover up too.
Yeah. I didn't make that connection, but you're probably right.
So you have a cop station there that like Brian said, gives him the old Patriot Act pat down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that could be explosive. What do I know? Give me that.
Yeah,
it's code orange. It's code orange. I can stick my hand up your ass.
Yeah,
or whatever.
Yeah. Fox News says orange alert, so we can do whatever. But yeah, so I wish they spent more time on the conspiracy angle, but not so much. They move the film pretty fast along, which is why again his breakdown feels a little unearned, because they do their best with like him having these flashes of the train, him dreaming about the train, can't stop thinking about the train. Ooh, got that train, got that meat, got that midnight, all in my brain.
I got that midnight meat brain.
Yeah.
Well, this is the thing is like this movie, it rushes through a lot of things, but it's also simultaneously too damn long. The movie should be 25 minutes shorter, but it still feels rushed.
Yeah, I think
they spent their time in all the wrong places.
Yeah, I think if you were gonna cut time, you would definitely cut out Brooke Shields.
Yeah, like, get that whole fucking thing out of there.
Yeah, that's
completely lose that.
Yeah, that's too much. Like you can just get away with saying like and just having Jurgis be a middleman and never seeing Brooke Shields' character. And just having Jurgis be like, oh, these photos aren't good enough for me to bring to her. Give me something good. You know, and he's just in and out of the diner. Yeah.
This could have been an email.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's my note.
Yeah. It could have been an email. But then also like sometimes some of the scenes on the train could have also been consolidated. You know, you didn't have to have, honestly, you didn't have to have the Rampage Jackson. It could have just been a problem of him doing 3-on-1 with those people that the station agent had to come back and kill the last one. So
yeah, he could have been in there with the same time that Ted Raimi was in there. Like there was it's just too much of that stuff. It just felt like they were ham-fistedly shoving things into the script because they had them set up or could pay for them. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like we need another kill scene. Okay, we got this idea of we're going to have someone hanging upside down and you cut his throat. All right, we're going to do that. Okay, Brooke Shields, we got her for one day. Let's do this. You know, so it's just ended up making for a very flabby movie.
Yeah. And also a lot of those scenes are kind of filming for opportunity because it's just, those scenes are just Vinnie Jones and whatever 1 or 3 other actors in that scene. So like you can film Vinnie Jones and Ted Raimi together on a completely separate day with nobody else there. Bradley Cooper's not there. Nobody else is there.
Yeah, and then, he's always just missing the train or chasing it or getting stopped by the cops. Like he's never there for those things.
Yeah. And then you can just film Vinnie Jones and that model, Vinnie Jones and Rampage. And they're just like quick, easy shoots. Either, you know, they do them all in one day or it's a thing you break up the schedule with. It's just an opportunity thing, but you don't throw those scenes away after you film them because you have them. So yeah, it can feel a little bloated, but also I think it just adds to the fun. You know, you get a lot of goofy shit happening in there, a lot of fun effects.
No, it's not. It's just the whole thing. I just wish it drags.
Yeah. Yeah. We get to the point though where Bradley Cooper does finally get on the train. He finally catches it.
Train guy, got to get on a train.
Train guy, he's been obsessing about it. Yearns for the train. Gets on the train, and he's watching the Butcher Butch, and that's when he gets caught up in it all, and the train stops, and he gets attacked by shit that we don't really see. We see a lot of claws come out of the darkness, and he gets his chest all ripped up. He gets all fucked up, and he wakes up in the sewer underneath the meat packing plant, which is just a great way to dispose of somebody. You just wake up and other people are like starting their shift as he's like leaving. You just get the
hey, hi.
Yeah, you just get the one guy like, you know, organizing the hooks. He's like, hey, fuck you there. Like, you don't belong here.
Yeah. I imagine there's a lot of turnover at the meat plant. So a new face isn't that weird, you know?
It's like they didn't shoo out this homeless person who's been like,
just slept here. Yeah. Listen, I used to work at a trucking warehouse. The morning crew would sometimes show up at 2 a.m. drunk and just sleep until their shift started. So, you know, shit happens in that environment.
For sure. I knew a lot of guys like that at the PVC plant.
Dude would go to the bar till the bar closed, then come sleep in the big garbage thing where we threw all the plastic wrap like until 5 a.m. when he heard people come in and they'd wake him up and he'd start working.
Mike's out in the lean-to again.
That was just normal. We had a Roger. His name's Roger.
Sick.
Roger would sleep in there. Somebody go wake up Roger. We got to get started.
So, but yeah, he wakes up in the plant, and that's when he goes home, and Leslie Bibb discovers like he's all fucked up and bloodied, and you know, he's just like, I'm just trying to sleep. And they're like, she's like, we got to go to the police. This is a bad thing. He's like, they're not going to believe me. Nobody believes me. Yeah.
That my dad's going to be mad. I lost that camera he bought me.
Yeah. I lost my camera. I lost everything. I'm all bloody. Nobody likes me.
He's being a real bitch. At this point, I just really want him dead. I hate his character and I want him dead.
Yeah. And I think it's kind of a good thing for the film overall that like Bradley Cooper never is really that likable with the way the character ends up. So it's kind of good that he's not that likable. Like he's just
it made sense.
Yeah. He's kind of just he's a dick. You know, nobody likes that.
I mean, you guys were talking about character arcs before. I mean, he's gone from confidently eating butt to just crying. Just he can't fucking do it, man. That's a great arc for me. I understand that kind of arc.
It's a strong arc because he goes from a literal soy boy of eating tofu to, like conflicted, but he's also obsessing about the trains and the meat,
really horny.
If Meg was here, she would just have so much to say about him. She'd be calling him a beta.
Yeah.
All the time. She'd be calling him a beta. She'd be calling him a cuck. She would just really be undressing this character right now.
She would change his name to Beta Lee Cucker.
Oh man.
But yeah, so Bradley Cooper is out of his mind. He can't be controlled, but also he's going to go to his gallery opening. He finally landed with all his crazy photos of the butcher and then the thugs and all that. He's finally got his shots. Brooke Shields will display his art, and this is just like kind of a way to get him out of the way for a minute. Because he's got to, like, I feel like, again, if you cut out all the Brooke Shields stuff, maybe there's a better way to do this as well. But essentially, the scene is just to get him out of the way because Leslie Bibb and Jurgis are going to go investigate, finding the camera and getting it back from the butcher.
But how do they know where the butcher lives?
From the other photos. Because he had photos of him outside the hotel.
Yeah.
Oh, he lives at the hotel. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. So she used her investigative abilities that she learned, I guess, at some point.
At the diner.
Yeah, at the diner.
But like what? So why don't they like them just breaking, like going full Loomis and just
doing a casual B&E
style?
Yeah, right.
Casual B&E.
That's just why? Call the cops.
Yeah, I don't know why they do this because she still believes in the cops. Like she tried to get him to go to the cops. But
yeah. And now she's like, we got to go vigilante Donald Pleasant style.
Yeah. Vigilante Donald Pleasant shit. They got to go do B&Es. There's a murderer on the loose. Do the B&E.
Yeah. Right.
So yeah, her and Jurgis break into the butcher's apartment. They find all his fun trophies and his fun barnacle jars. And they find, this is where she finally gets on board that there's a real murderer and that Bradley Cooper isn't just losing his mind, although he is, but like she believes him for the first time in full. And then Jurgis gets got.
Yes.
Because he's creeping around.
Real bad.
Yeah.
Jurgis gets the raw end of the deal. And first and foremost, it's because his name's Jurgis.
Right.
But then he gets, ultimately got, and then his guts get all spilled out later. It's no good.
It's a big mess. Which again, they do that one practically. You gotta like how they just he's upside down. They just pour a fucking bucket of blood. Like he gets waterboarded with Caro syrup.
Yeah, he really does, and it is so Caro syrupy because it's got that. Not just the sheen, which we've already talked about, because they're trying to. I think they did that to make it replicate the shitty effect that is all they could create with the CGI, but also the way it beads and runs off of things.
Yeah,
it looks like sugar, sugar syrup.
Yeah, it gathers and runs in a specific way. But, yeah. So they have,
don't you dare skip past the worst line in the movie either.
I probably block it out, so I don't know what it is. Oh no, I know what it is. I know what it is, and I'll say it.
Over it.
I'll say it. But
I need you to sit in it. Sit in your dirty pee pants, Steve.
Your dirty pee pants. So yeah, Jurgis gets got, and Bradley Cooper is back at his gallery showing. But now it's gone beyond his dreams. The yearning for the train is there.
Because he's staring at the butcher photo.
Yeah. And he's staring at
the one he took of him staring right down the barrel of the camera.
Right. Which again, just to jump back, we talked about how Jeepers Creepers were like the creeper acknowledges, the brother and sister, and like it's a creepy moment of like acknowledgement. It's pretty creepy when like he gets caught, shooting creep shots of the butcher, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna get butched." Yeah. But yes, he's yearning for the train in the midnight, and he decides that he's going to leave his gallery showing.
Yearning for the train in the midnight.
And Brooke Shields says, "Where are you going?" And he says, "I got a train to catch."
The only thing that would have made it better is, "I got a meat train to catch."
Yeah.
At midnight.
Nobody says that. Yeah.
God, I just wrote, quote, "I have a train to catch." Barf. And all as many A's and R's and F's as I could type.
It is terrible. And at that point, he should have put on like a straw hat and had a cane thrown to him from off screen and just gone.
Just turns into Michigan J. Frog or whatever.
As he exits stage left. Yeah. Ugh. Terrible. But yeah, he's off to go to the train again. He's decided that he's gonna gear up. You get a pretty decent.
Yeah, that's right.
You get a pretty decent gear up scene. You know, everybody knows him from action films.
But he's not an action guy. He's a photographer dork.
Yeah. But that's why he's not getting guns, Brian. He's getting the only thing he knows is butcher
stuff,
tools.
Right?
Yeah. He gets a butcher's apron and a bunch of knives. That's what he goes. He only knows.
This is not earned by his character at all. He's not a tough guy a little bit. He got out of a fight earlier by saying, "I got you on camera." And now all of a sudden he's fucking terminated. Yeah. He essentially said, "If you guys beat me up, I'm going to tell my dad." That was the subtext of that conversation. Now he's the Terminator with butcher gear on.
It's infected him, Brian. It's part of his destiny. It's in his brain.
Christ. See, Mahogany, Vinny, what's his name? He's a fucking house. He's got a head like a fucking, fire plug. He looks like he looks like an enforcer for the mob. That's what he plays in most movies. So you see that guy, you're like, oh yeah. Probably don't want to fuck with that guy. You see Bradley Cooper, you're like, you just got out of rehearsal for Oklahoma. Like, you are not fighting anybody. You are not a tough guy. And his character hasn't been the entire movie, but now he's going to go tough guy.
Yeah, because he's got the mark. They gave it to him. Yeah. Once you get infected, you get touched by the old ones. They give you the power. They give you the power. And the obsession. It's all it is. It's power and obsession.
I guess, but like at this point, none of that had been established. So you're like, why does this make sense?
Yeah, I mean, if he had it gets a little too superhero-y though. If you include a scene where somebody's fucking with him on the streets and he fights that guy and beats him up handedly and goes, "Oh, I have so much power in these hands now."
Yeah. I wouldn't have wanted that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying about it feels kind of crazy that he goes from, but he knows in his mind, he knows for sure that guy kills and that guy is violent. So he knows he's going in with the mindset of he has no other choice. He thinks he's the only person who knows this is happening and he's the only person who can stop it. So and that's why he does load up with the chainmail apron. He knows he's going to fucking get hit and or stabbed at some point. So he's right. He's expecting a fight to the death. So, but
doesn't get a gun.
No.
If you're going to deal with this big meathead guy who kills multiple people and you are soy boy beta cuck fucking photographer, maybe get a gun.
Yeah. It's New York City, Brian. They have some of the strictest gun laws.
They're gone.
That's right.
All I'm saying is I'm pretty sure in America you go to Walmart, they got them.
Not in New York City. Not in New York City. You can't get them.
Okay. But if you're going to go on the train covered in knives, that seems conspicuous too.
Yeah, but it's like a late train. Nobody will bother you.
So it's a late train.
Yeah.
But there are literally no guns in New York City.
No, there's no guns in New York City except for the one Otto has, and Otto probably had that illegally. You know?
Oh yeah, but the girlfriend can pretty quickly freaking live, laugh, love girlfriend. She can she'll have a gun. You need a gun? I'll get you a gun in 5 minutes. She runs.
Well, that's the thing. He obviously Bradley Cooper didn't know about that gun at the diner. Only she knew about it, and she probably wasn't supposed to know about it because he had it illegally.
He was pissed. Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, it's illegal,
guys.
There's a lot to fill in here, I know, but like you just got to think about it for a second. You have to understand there's no guns in New York City. You're not allowed to have them. It takes, like, you're not allowed to conceal. Well, maybe nowadays you can conceal carry, but like you weren't allowed to conceal carry. You couldn't have handguns. You could have like rifles and shit, but yeah, you couldn't have handguns. They had crazy strict laws. So he would have to go. What you're saying, Brian, is he would have to go talk to actual gang members looking as he does. And that's just a whole other set of danger.
It wouldn't work.
Like, why put yourself in danger to get into more danger?
I would say, Guy, go to the old, there's a sporting goods store that sells shotguns. They're extremely easy. I can go buy a truckload of shotguns, be back in my house in 45 minutes.
Of course you can, because the Cabela's is right down in Mutant, but this isn't fucking the rural outskirts of Western PA.
It's shotgun. I'm just saying. Shotguns are perfectly legal, and there's no waiting permit. Anyway,
I know you can roll up the Rural King and get your fucking gun on, but it's not like that in the big city.
All right, fine, whatever. There are old gods living under the street, living in the tunnels.
Yeah,
I think he could get himself a fucking shotgun.
That's probably why those strict handgun laws exist, so people don't go out hunting old gods in the subway sewers. You got to keep the balance.
That's true.
At the one time
that's true. Giuliani is part of the he's in cahoots.
He's part of the cabal that hides the old ones underneath the sewer system.
Yeah. Alex Jones will tell you about it.
But yes,
oh my,
we get a final confrontation on the train. Leslie Bibb shows up with her gun. Bradley Cooper shows up with his bib. They all get on the train. They fight Vinnie Jones, and you have I don't know, pretty good effects at this point. Like, it's all pretty much practical, I think, from here. I'm trying to think if there's anything that stood out glaringly at this point. I don't think so.
I was so done with this movie at this point. It's an hour and a half in at this point. Like, when he's getting suited up for the last final confrontation, we're over an hour and a half in, I believe. And I'm just like, let it be over. And Kate's like, doesn't he do some Tyler Durden shit? And I was like, I can't remember. I know there's monsters. That's all I remember. And she was like, no, I think it's a Tyler Durden situation, because she remembered that he becomes the new Mahogany or whatever. Right. She remembered that. I didn't remember that, but I did remember there were monsters. So we're like both tired, kind of wanting to go to bed. And we're just like, where does this go again? There's 20 minutes left.
Well, see, now this is the thing. This is one of those situations where, like, Meg didn't like Ravenous because she was watching it tired and falling asleep. You're watching this movie tired, with your wife, and you're both trying to guess the ending.
I'm not tired. She's got to get it for work. She's got to go to bed. I'm not tired. I'm just bored. It's an hour and a half in.
Whatever.
I was still at this point. I was ready. I want to see some fucking aliens.
I had seen it before. I get it.
Yeah. But yeah, you get a pretty good fight scene between Bradley Cooper and Mahogany, and it probably is overdone a little bit, but also because of the director and his background in action films. Like, he does samurai films, and like, if you ever watched Versus, again, I keep bringing it up, but like, that movie's essentially Dragon Ball Z. So yeah, check it out. But yeah, it's a pretty long overdone fight scene, but also I think you get your only instance that I can think of taint trauma.
Ooh.
When Bradley Cooper is trying to dodge in between bodies, and he causes Mahogany to hit one of the bodies right in the taint as it's hung upside down with the hammer.
I missed that. I thought you were referring back to the ass eating scene where he maybe there was some taint trauma there, because that was
this is violent. Yeah, this is straight up taint trauma. Bradley Cooper. They're doing a ring around the rosy behind the body, and Vinnie Jones tries to reach between the legs and hit it. And he just winds up hitting it right in the taint
with the hammer.
Yeah, the hammer. But yeah, he as Bradley Cooper's trying to shove Mahogany off the train, his kind of last act is he stabs a knife in the Jurgis and opens him up like a full pig and just. I
thought that part was cool too. Yeah. Just kind of like he was hanging, and Jurgis was just along for the ride. He was just hanging there, still conscious, still looking around, and whatever happens to him happens. He can't help it.
Jurgis got the raw end of the deal.
Rest in peace, man.
Indeed.
Yeah.
He did have they also went as far to like do the makeup of like they had like the big bulging veins on his head as like because all the blood is rushing to his head as
he's been upside down forever. Yeah.
But yeah, Vinnie Jones gets pushed off the train and dispatched, and you're kind of left with Bradley Cooper and Leslie Bibb on the train and just a bunch of bodies and blood and meat everywhere. And it pulls into the station, and the station agent comes out and says, time to step away from the meat. I would not be near this.
Yeah.
And the monsters come out of the dark, and it empties into this like vast chamber that's just like, it's not like a real station or anything. It's just, everything's
just a cavernous giant underground like arena almost.
Yeah.
Not arena in that they're seating, but just like huge cavernous underground chamber.
Yeah. And it's full of bodies. It's full of bones. And then, Vinnie Jones is back. Another fight scene. More fight scenes.
Yeah, at this point, I'm like, this should, if it would have been just like quick and impactful, but no, it's just dragged out.
Yeah, I don't think at this point it needed to be like an extended fight scene as it is, but I don't know. It also, it's okay. It's all right.
Yeah.
I mean, it ends.
I enjoy this part.
Yeah, it ends quick enough with him stabbing a femur right through his neck. And that's that's pretty cool visual. And, Vinnie Jones's only line in the film is just like, welcome, because he's finally accepted that like his time is over. He's dead. They've both seen that they both have the same scarring on their chest. So they both have the mark.
Yeah.
And so, Vinnie Jones has accepted that like my time's over and now you're going to be the new butcher. Bye.
Bye. See ya.
Bradley Cooper.
I wish I would have paid attention enough to notice if all the skulls also had their teeth pulled out in that,
No, I don't know. I don't think all of them did. No.
Yeah. But they should have, right? Because you can't technically why was
maybe that's just Mahogany's thing of pulling the teeth out. Thing. Yeah. Maybe he just wants the teeth.
Yeah, well, the whole idea is that, I'm getting ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I was going to get ahead of like what the assumed arrangement is with these creatures, but
yeah. So Bradley Cooper does a final death blow, kills Mahogany, and you have the station agent, appear again, and he's like, "Well, you did good, kid. Guess what time it is? You're going to be a part of this now." And he's like, "I don't want to be a part of this." And then the station agent picks him up in a choke slam. He's like, "Oh no, you're hella strong, bro."
Yeah.
All right, I guess I'm in.
Dang.
Damn, dude. And he rips his tongue out and eats his tongue.
Yeah.
Second movie with tongue eating today.
Oh, yeah.
But then, the station agent explains that they have an arrangement that, you have to keep the balance. We keep these things fed and they don't go fucking crazy bonkers woohoo all over Manhattan, which is, I don't know. Maybe you should just let it and then like let them get killed. Can they not be killed?
I was going to say, can we, I got a feeling if we could just, drone these guys or something. You know what I mean? Who knows? Maybe I think the fun implication here is that this is some very cosmic horror, Lovecraftian old god shit. So it's like these guys might just be the tip of the iceberg. You know, there might be a fucking giant Cthulhu in the fucking, you know, Hudson River or something.
Yeah. Or maybe they actually just serve a purpose and like they also just, you know, clean the water or eat the garbage. You know?
The riffraff. Yeah.
They just got a lot of things going on for them. Yeah. They're busy underground. You don't see what they're doing during the day. You only see when they feed. So maybe they got like day jobs, that shit going on. Like, because I guess the other implication is that they can dress up as humans. I feel like because that station agent is so super strong.
Oh, okay.
You know,
they can disguise themselves in some way.
Right. So there's, you know, it's a good way that maybe, you know, that they're just disguised and they are the reptilians that control the, you know, but like relax time is at night. You don't wear your suit for work at home. No. You know,
you strip down.
Yeah. And that's what they did. They stripped down.
So, but if they can do that, right, they can go up top and all that stuff.
Right.
Why don't they go up and get their own food? Why do they need a human that is, you know, assumedly much weaker than them to get their food for them? Is it just doing the dirty work? Or maybe it's part of the arrangement is they can't go topside. They got to, but the conductor does. I mean, if he's one of them, he's driving the train.
Well, he doesn't necessarily go topside. He just goes on the train.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, no, that's true. He never does technically, but couldn't he be the one gathering the food?
I guess probably, maybe, but yeah, like they can't.
He's got to drive the train. He can't do
both.
Come on.
Yeah, come on.
Well, how is it harder to make old god monster teach him how to drive a train, or to just use a human that could drive the train?
Oh,
I don't know. Like you have to wonder how old he is because it's been going on for hundreds of years. So maybe like he learned on the old trains. You know, he learned on the first trains. And he just stuck with it, you know.
He's just a train guy.
Yeah, he's just a train.
He's a midnight meat train guy.
Yeah, he's made a career out of this. Good for him.
He just really likes trains, guys. Leave him be.
Leave him alone.
We didn't mention the thing that makes this just an incredibly bleak ending. You know, borderline mist level bleak ending is Bradley Cooper powerlessly watching him kill his the conductor person kill Live Laugh Love girlfriend and then watch her be eaten by the monsters.
Yeah, rips her heart out in a still beating way and essentially is offered her heart, you know, like here
to him.
Yeah. You're one of us now. You fucking deal with it.
Yeah. And he's sobbing and freaking out. His tongue has been ripped out and eaten, so his mouth's all full of blood.
You can even yell about it.
It's not good. He's making a whole scene.
Yeah.
I know. And then to make it even worse, he gets that haircut. Oh,
that's even the biggest crime.
That horrible fade.
That's what you get. You get a white power haircut when you become the midnight meat train guy.
Yeah. So you get the old, hey, gonna look back over the shoulder. What if the only thing would have made it better if he's like, I'll go straight you cut. Like as he looks like over his corner, trying to talk with no tongue, but delivering his sick line one more time.
Somebody had to give him that haircut. So, like, I don't think it's a haircut that he chose because he can't, unless he just went and, like, brought in a picture and gave it to the barber and said, and just, like, pointed to it.
Yeah. Or do you think that the monsters, the underground monsters, do have like a little town down there with like a barber shop, and they're like, "Come on around," and then they like doing jokes because they have like corpses down there that they like are eating the head off of, and they're like, "He said to take a little off the top," and they're all like,
And again, that's why the barnacles are actually currency. That's how you get your haircuts. You pay for your
barnacle.
Pay for the haircuts with the barnacle.
One haircut.
That's right.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Wow.
We've done it. We went through all three of these motherfucking
What a journey
movies.
that was.
It really was. It really was. I've been upsing and I've been downsing this whole time. Beer, coffee, emotional peaks, emotional lows.
Valleys.
But it is time to vote on how we want to go about awarding the champion for this here showdown. Steve, as the champ, does get to determine the order in which we vote.
Yes. And with that, I think we're going to just vote the way that we went. So it'll go Brian and then Ben, and then I'll vote last.
Right, fine. So, like I said, these movies are very different in that Midnight Meat Train, I think, is a little bit long, starts out kind of weak, and then ends super strong. Jeepers Creepers starts really strong and then just kind of falls apart pretty quickly. Boy, howdy. I am going to say, because at the very least, I think that it is at least trying to adapt. I love Clive Barker. I love, I think this is a great story. Do I think it was executed perfectly? No, I think it was kind of bloated in general, but I think the performances overall were definitely better in Midnight Meat Train. The CGI, I hated it so badly. And not an easy choice because, Jeepers Creepers, at least it feels like a tight movie. It doesn't outweigh its weigh its welcome there or outstay its welcome. But I do gotta say, I'm more of a sucker for the feel, the environment of Midnight Meat Train, and like I said, I'm a sucker for a really good ending. So I gotta go. I think I'm gonna go Midnight Meat Train.
All right, on to you, Ben.
On to me. I'm a sucker for the at least from my brain's perspective, the simplicity of Jeepers Creepers. I enjoyed how that it was just an easy watch. It had wings. It was green. It had scales.
It was green.
People, and that was
green. He's drinking green beer. He's a big green guy. We know this guy.
I'm a big green guy. But yeah, I think of all the movies that I watched to get ready for this episode, Midnight Meat Train gave me the most happy feelings inside my body, and I'm gonna go with Midnight Meat Train too. I can't deny it. So yeah, I don't think it even matters anymore, right? Is that all he needs?
Steve's got a tidy win here, but I am interested to hear.
Two-time champ.
Yep. You're really trying to start a lot of one-person chants
Hell
here. Yeah. I am interested though still to hear. Yeah. Which one you'd have picked. I know you really didn't like Halloween 6.
I still like Halloween 6. No, okay. No, right. I mean, just because I call it a messy bitch don't mean I don't love a messy bitch. Like, I think
Cajun Steve, you know how he feels about that.
I hate a messy bitch. I've decided that. That's one thing this podcast has taught me. I hate a messy bitch.
I still think like there's a lot of great things that happen in Halloween 6. Like, I think the violence is ramped up to an appropriate level, previous to what we've seen in the other films. And that fucking the way John dies is amazing. So, and like you said, there's a lot of callbacks to the original film. Again, I really love those shots of Michael in the lightning, even though it seems like it's a storm that never comes.
No, it never does. That's what I like about it, though. It's always just on the precipice.
Yeah,
it's just on the precipice of storming.
Almost about the rain. So yeah, no, I would have picked Halloween 6. Jeepers Creepers, and just ignoring the real problematic issues with it. The film itself, again, we've all said it, like that first 20 minutes is fucking great. But it just all falls apart to them throwing around this goof ass lore that they never really thought out. And it's just like, what am I watching? Like, it feels like it's the same reason why I never liked Harry Potter or got into Harry Potter, because it felt like they were just going to write anything they wanted if they backed themselves into a corner. They didn't like set anything up, and it becomes, I don't know, it just kind of becomes boring at a lot of parts, because they're like, we're going to go to this diner and we're going to have like a lot of drama in this diner, but you're not going to see a lot of things.
Yeah.
And then it happens again in the police station, you don't see a lot of things that happen in the police station. You get a radio call that fills you in. and then it ends so anticlimactically because you have a whole squad of police aiming fucking AR-15s at a fucking monster, and they don't take a single shot. Happens. They don't take a single shot. They just let it jump out the window with somebody, and you go, "That's the movie." I'm like, "Wow, I've never seen this movie, and I am upset that I have now." So,
yeah, and listen, Ben, I do want to be the first to say you fought valiantly.
Thanks,
but
man.
Meg just really threw you under the bus on this one. She really did. She threw you under the bus, which has a vanity license plate on it that says basically "Eat shit, Ben." And then she backed over you 3 or 4 times, and then she just let you there to bleed out. Yeah. So,
but you know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna let my wings. I'm gonna bring my wings up. I'm gonna fly off. I'm gonna repair. I'm gonna eat some body parts that I need, and I'm gonna come back stronger than ever, guys. Okay?
We'll definitely
mark my words.
We'll definitely give you a chance to do one with your own movie at some point.
Bring my own movie.
You know, bring your own weapon instead of somebody else's.
Instead of Meg's giant TMNT axe.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the question now becomes: Steve has won 2 in a row, which is not good for anybody.
No.
That's not good for anybody except for Steve.
Yes.
But he really did go after us on the punishment. Last time.
I loved that movie. The poop movie.
Yeah, the poop movie.
Great.
It really went after us on that.
Please
so
do it again.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do this time?
See, I feel like I don't want to be too mean because I was so fucked up on the last one.
Yeah.
And you know what? I might have to get back to you on this because I wasn't prepared.
Okay.
I wasn't prepared with a middle of the road.
Okay. All right.
But I think it is only fair if Ben lost, he should also come back for the punishment.
I would love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. I feel like it is. It's tough for me to keep up with your guys' brains about Halloween, the whole Halloween series. You give me one movie to dedicate myself to,
and you got it. You're golden.
You gotta watch out because Steve's gonna put something real fucked up.
I'll come dressed as the part. I don't give a shit. I'm ready.
I'll have to go through my list of things I have listed of bad movies. I have a list of nice bad movies and naughty bad movies. We did
the nice list and the naughty list.
We definitely did a real naughty bad movie last time, so I'll have to find something nicer. I almost said let's do Jeepers Creepers Reborn since none of us have seen it.
Yeah.
But it has such terrible reviews. Like, let's not do that to ourselves. Like, why?
Yeah, we just did one of those too. We did the Children of the Corn remake, which was abysmal, which actually was really fun.
It's fun.
And one of the funnest episodes because it was so fucking unbelievably bad.
Right.
But all right, we'll wait on for a little surprise coming into next week, where Steve's in charge of the punishment once again. Guys, I don't know how this happens. I mean, I know how this happens. But
it just happened.
This is what happens. Meg picks something awful, and then I pick something that's a just complete selfish homer pick. This is what fucking ends up as a result.
This is what happens. Meg isn't here to screw things up for me. Meg is my biggest enemy on the show.
She is a kryptonite. She is your kryptonite. All right. Well, tune in next week when we talk about whatever the fuck Steve makes us talk about.
Yes.
Can't wait.
For the Halloween is Forever crew, I'm Brian.
I'm Meg.
And I'm still champ. 2-time champ. Champ.
Fuck my life. Bye.
See ya.